Well, good evening. How you doing? How you been? Hope you're having an amazing week. Shit, what day is it? I'm pretty sure it's Thursday. Does it say anywhere? It says what the date is. Today's the 12th. Let me try to remember. The 8th was Sunday. Monday was the 9th. Tuesday's the 10th. Wednesday's 11th. Yeah, today's Thursday. We're leaving the Love's truck stop. Let me do a service brake test on the trailer. I hate that a lot of the newer trucks don't have the trailer brakes on them. I think it's a special order thing these days, where it used to be fairly standard. But anyway, I'm just starting my drive shift. It is 6:20 p.m. Thursday evening, August 12th, and I have to go through the fuel island. It looks like there's people parked in the area that you're supposed to drive around the fuel island. It looks like Swift is able to make it around. Yeah, there's several trucks parked on the right side of the fuel island where they're not supposed to be. Those three trucks right there are not supposed to be there. There's two parked on the side of the scale that aren't supposed to be there. And then there's this guy parked along the curb that's not supposed to be there. But there's still enough room to get through. Looks like this guy's just parking in that spot. Oh, we got Swifty doing a really long back in front of me. The truck stop is starting to fill up really quick. 6:20 p.m. and this thing is already almost full. I can't remember what town I'm in. I'm on Highway 287 in West Texas, in between Fort Worth and Amarillo. And I think the name of the town is Canach or something like that. It like Qanach. All right, it's gonna be a bitch for me to make this left turn, so bear with me here. We're gonna pull out into this center lane, and then we'll worry about merging over. All right, I got free room to move over. All right, right lane is clear. We're going to go ahead and move over to the right lane. We're just on the outskirts of town. We're on the edge of town. So town is behind me. So this Love's is on the west side of town, and we're headed west. Worked out really well. There's the name of the city. Quanah. We're going by the city limit right now. Quanah. I was at the Love's in Quanah, Texas. Kana. I don't know how they pronounce it. There's so much to talk about, so much to get you caught up on. I've been trying to make a video and it just hasn't worked out. The application I normally use to make videos while I'm driving, I can't get it to work with the Bluetooth headset anymore after Google did one of their updates on Android or Alphabet. I don't know what the parent company of Android is. But getting a Bluetooth headset to work as a mic on Android is a pain in the butt. So I'm using an application I found that it'll use the headset as an audio source, but it's really janky. It hasn't been updated in like 5 years. and it crashes a lot, and it does not have a pause button. So when stuff happens where I need to like focus on driving for 3 or 4 minutes and I, can't talk, um, it just creates these really long like segments of video where there's nothing. So that's one of the reasons that I haven't been uploading as many videos, is because it's really time consuming for me to do a video. Like my videos are like an hour or two long on average. And doing that on my 10-hour break, using an hour or two of my 10-hour break to do a video, that's not feasible. So the only way that I can really do videos when I'm out on the road is if I do them while I'm driving, or if I do them while I'm sitting for like 2 or 3 days. So we're going to try to do a driving video, and I'm going to probably upload this video no matter what, even if it does have interruptions. So I will apologize in advance for any interruptions, but there are definitely going to be interruptions because I'm driving, and there are going to be periods where I just have to focus on driving, and I'm gonna have difficulty staying on topic, because whenever I start focusing more on driving, I'll forget what I was talking about. So let's try and get caught up with what in the hell's going on. So the last video I uploaded, I think I was still at home, and I had finally booked a load. It was picking up in Dallas, and it was going to Portland. It was originally paying $7,500. The broker was able to get it up to $8,000. And I left my house Saturday, and I think that would be August 7th, around 8 p.m. And I got down to Dallas around midnight. And they were supposed to have a preloaded trailer sitting out in front of the building for me. And there were probably 20 to 30 trailers in front of the building, some of them empty, some of them loaded. That's the way this particular business I was operating, or that I was picking up from, operates. So I couldn't find my trailer, and I spent an hour and a half looking for the trailer, and also dropping my empty and sliding the tandems on the empty, opening the doors, following their rules that I was supposed to follow to drop the trailer. The reason I went ahead and disconnected from the trailer was because the parking lot was so tight. With me connected to the trailer, even though it was parked in a parking spot, nobody else would be able to park in any of the spots next to me or across from me. Like, I was blocking a tremendous amount of spots being connected to the trailer. So if somebody else came in to do a drop and hook, they wouldn't be able to use any of the spots near me. If their trailer they needed to pick up was near me, they wouldn't be able to pull it out. That's how tight the spots were. So I went ahead and dropped the trailer, disconnected, and I went to one of their other buildings. They own like tons of acreage right there in that area. They have several buildings. They're alphabetized buildings. They have tons and tons of buildings. A lot of their buildings were gated, and they were secured, and you couldn't get into them. But they still had probably 5 to 10 buildings that were outside the gate. So I parked at one of their other buildings that you couldn't fit a tractor trailer into, but I could fit into bobtail, and tried to get out of everyone's way while I waited to hear from the broker. I emailed the broker. I called the broker. I called the broker's emergency number that she's supposed to answer 24/7, and I couldn't reach the broker. So I just went to sleep, and broker, I went to sleep. Well, I got there around midnight, and I spent about an hour and a half with all that drama trying to find my trailer and dropping the empty. And so around 1:30 was when I finally got parked bobtail and decided to go to sleep. And then broker called me and woke me up about 6:30 in the morning. And she thought that I just didn't, I overlooked my trailer. And I explained to her that I've checked every single trailer out there at least 5 to 10 times. And not only did I check the destination address on the bills of lading on every trailer, I also checked the order number on every one of them just in case the destination was not, correct. And I said I also checked all the non-Landstar trailers just in case they loaded it in the wrong trailer. So I said I've checked every trailer that I can find out here, and I said I've also talked with the security guard, and the security guard, said that it's possible that maybe they didn't have enough room to put my trailer out, and it might still be behind the gate, but he can't let me in to check. So she said she'd call the customer, Maddox, and ask him what the deal was. And like a half hour later, she calls me back and she said, well, Maddox didn't process the order correctly. The person that she booked the load through with Maddox didn't push the paperwork through. So the shipping and receiving department thought that the load was not covered. So they canceled the load with Fred Myers because they didn't think a driver booked the load to cover it, because the jackass over at Maddox, that the coordinator or whatever, didn't push the paperwork through properly. So basically the load was canceled, and she gave me a $650 truck ordered not used, and I was left without a load on a Sunday morning. So I drove over to a TA truck stop in Terrell, Texas. This is only about 5 miles away from Maddox. And I did look for a load, but there wasn't anything worth a damn on Sunday. The loads that are on the board after hours and weekends, those are, that's typically the crap that's left over that nobody else wants. And even if there is a load that you want, that you can find after hours and weekends, booking a load after hours and weekends is nearly impossible. Because even if you can reach the Landstar agent, that Landstar agent usually needs to be able to reach either the customer or the broker, or maybe sometimes both of them need to be reached to book a load. Like, there's a lot of people involved in booking a load, so just because you can reach one of them, which it's highly unlikely you're even going to be able to reach a Landstar agent after hours, but reaching everyone involved with booking a load after hours is very, very difficult. So I couldn't find anything I wanted to bother with trying to book. So I just stayed there. Excuse me. And I stayed the night. And then, I was just going to wait for new loads to be posted Monday morning. And Monday was a pretty crap day for loads. I got hardly any loads that I have load alerts set up for really good loads. Typically the kind of loads that I haul. I typically haul loads that are a minimum of $5,000. I typically haul loads that are a minimum of $3.50 a mile. Maximum weight on loads is usually around 30,000 pounds. But I had my load alert set up to 38,000 pounds. And, I have a whole bunch of stuff set up on my load alert. Like, I don't want to go to Alaska. I don't want to go to Maine. So there's a whole bunch of destinations that I don't want to see loads for. And I had it set up to not show team loads because I'm not a team driver. And I had it set up to not show hazmat loads because hazmat typically doesn't pay enough money for me to bother with it. Well, second here. Getting passed by a big truck. Yeah, Monday was just basically a crap day for loads. I can't remember if I called on any loads on Monday. Monday was just a pretty bad day. That guy's already like swerving over toward my lane. You can, like, a lot of people have issues maintaining their lane whenever they're checking their mirrors. That's like a sign of someone that rarely checks their mirrors. There's a lot of people, believe it or not, and it's scary as hell to think about, but there's a lot of people that drive these trucks that don't check their mirrors. They just look straight ahead. They're always looking straight ahead. They rarely ever check their mirrors unless they're like passing somebody or something. And it's One of the indicators that you have somebody near you that does that is whenever they're passing you, they'll start drifting toward you whenever they check their mirrors. That's that's an easy way to tell that somebody's looking in a mirror is they'll start moving that direction. You drive where you're looking. You go where you're looking. That's something that the instructors, whenever I went through motorcycle training, that's something that they taught you in motorcycle school was you go where you're looking. Don't be looking down at the ground in front of you. Otherwise, that's where you're going to go. Be looking where you want to go. So whenever somebody starts drifting toward me when they're passing me, I can tell that they're checking their mirrors. And I can tell that they don't check their mirrors very often, because if you check your mirrors a lot, then you get good at maintaining your lane and going straight whenever you're doing mirror checks. But anyway, yeah, Monday sucked for loads. Tuesday, there were a couple of loads that I called about. I tried booking at least one load that I can remember. It was an auction load, and I booked the load with the broker, and she said that the auction still had 18 minutes on it. She said she'd call me when the auction ended to confirm that we got the load. But it was a load going from Bastrop, Louisiana, north central Louisiana. It was going to be a 4-hour drive from Terrell, Texas, to go pick the load up. And it was a same day load. So I was going to have to bust my ass to get over there and pick the thing up. But it paid $4.35 a mile. It was like $7,200, $7,300 to go to LA. So they're paying a premium rate to go into a premium market. Hell yeah, let's do it. I'll figure out a way to get that load picked up. We'll make it happen. So I was really excited to get that load. And I want to say it was only like 10,000 pounds. This is a light load. And she called me back like 45 minutes later. As soon as like the 20-minute mark went by and I didn't get a call from her, I started to think that she didn't win the auction. And I thought, well, maybe she's got to spend 5 or 10 minutes booking the load after she won the auction. And then after like a half hour after the auction was over, I was like, yeah, she's not going to even bother calling me back after she lost the damn auction. And then all of a sudden she called me and she's like, yeah, we lost the auction. We got underbid. She said that like that load had been auctioned for 4 or 5 days in a row. And there had always been somebody come in and bid like $2 a mile for the load. She bid $4.35 a mile and had the winning bid up until the last minute. And just a second here, I got a four-wheeler that's slow passing me and running me into the back of this truck. Bear with me a moment. But that sucked because I wasted a lot of time on that load. You know, probably an hour uh, thinking that I had that load, and I wasn't calling on other loads for that hour. And I'd actually gotten up and gotten ready and was starting to get into a position where I could leave because I was going to be in a rush to make the pickup appointment on time. I had changed parking places at the truck stop. I had repositioned closer to the fuel islands so that I could pull over to the fuel island real quick and fuel up and do a pre-trip. Raider Express, slowest trucks on the road that I know of. I think they're governed at 60 now. They used to be governed at 55, but I think they bumped them up to 60 because I don't fly by them as fast as I used to. Whenever they were governed at 55, it was like they were standing still. They must have a really, really, really bad CSA score because their trucks are just governed down really low. They got the fuel mileage wings out. Like they're trying to save every penny they can. It seems like a really, really cheap company. I made that fuel mileage video. Like, is it better to go faster or slower? And that right there is a good example of it. I had some people that disagreed with me on that video on whether it's better to go faster or slower. And basically the summary of the video is it depends. If you're making a lot of money on like the loads that you're hauling, if you're making a ridiculous rate per mile, like I'm making around $3 a mile on this load that I'm hauling right now. That's what I'm making. The load pays like $4.35 a mile. After all the percentage cuts, I'm making somewhere in the area of $3 a mile. For me, it's much more efficient for me to just go fast. The fuel savings I get from going slower does not, the expenses do not outweigh what I make per hour by going faster. So for me, running at the ridiculously high rate per miles that I run at, it's stupid for me to go slow and try to save, you know, 5 or 10 cents a mile in fuel costs. 5 to 10 cents per mile is insignificant when you're talking about $3 per mile. But if you're only making like $1 a mile, then 5 to 10%, then 5 to 10 cents per mile is 5 to 10%. That could be a significant amount. So if you make absolutely shit money, then going slower and saving money on fuel costs could, increase your bottom line. But if you're making really amazing money on a rate per mile basis, then it's stupid to go really slow like Raider Express and only be able to do like 500 miles in a drive shift, whereas I can do 700 miles in a drive shift or 800 miles in a drive shift. I can do a significant number of miles more per week than Raider Express. And if you just think about that, like if I'm running all my miles at $3 a mile and I'm running 3,000 miles a week, that's $9,000 a week gross to the truck. If Raider Express is only able to do 2,000 miles a week, even if they're making $3 a mile like I am, that is $6,000 a week. They're making $3,000 a week less than me. Are you telling me that you're going to make up $3,000 a week in fuel savings by going 55 rather than 70? No, that's a load of bullshit. The amount of money you can save in fuel by going really slow, you're talking about a couple $100 a week in fuel. And that a couple $100 a week, like over the course of a month, $500 a month in fuel savings by going 15 miles an hour slower, that just doesn't add up unless you're making really crappy money. Like if $500 a month is a significant amount of money to you, then you should probably find a better like lease contract, or you should be booking better loads or something. You're doing something wrong if going 55 is going to make you significantly more money. But anyway, I'm starting to digress off topic. Let's try to get back over to where we were at. So that load fell through because we got underbid by another $2 a mile dumbass broker bid. And they can't cover the loads at $2 a mile. These stupid fucking brokers go in and bid these ridiculously low amounts for the loads. And then they can't find a truck to haul it for that cheap. And the load ends up getting canceled. And then it goes back up to auction again. And the stupid shipper just keeps letting these low bids happen and accepting these trash offers. And these brokers are salespeople. So, they get in there and they promise the world, oh yeah, I can find a driver to move it for $2 a mile. Oh yeah, I do this all the time. And then they can't get it covered. And then the shipper puts it up again. And then they fall for some bullshit by another broker. And then they do it again. And the same thing over. That's insanity is what it is. But you know what? If the shipper wants to be stupid and cheap like that, then I don't like hauling cheap freight because and this is something I've talked about in several of my videos. Whenever you haul cheap freight, you are operating under a cheap freight business model. It's not just that the load is cheap and hauling cheap freight has an impact on everyone in this industry. It's also that you're hauling freight under that business model. The company that pays really cheap for freight is using really cheap brokers, and they're expecting to get a really cheap driver. And their entire business model is cheap. So the warehouses you work with, the security guards, the dock workers, everybody you interact with is going to be employed under a cheap business model, cheapest possible. They don't care about quality. All they care about is how cheap they can get it. And you're going to run into a lot of issues running under that business model. A lot of people that half-ass it. We're going through Childress right now. I have not seen a speed limit reduction sign, but it's going to happen. I'm looking for, all right, that sign says 70. The speed limit was 75, so we're dropping from 75 down to 70. All right, there's a sign that says it's going down to 55 up ahead. And this SUV just slammed on the brakes in front of me. This SUV is going like 48. All right, I'm gonna get in the left lane. Just a second here. I need to spit, and there's no pause button. Sorry about that. Sorry you had to be a part of that. All right, so talking while I'm driving through town is going to be really hard. So we're switching over to a driving video for a couple of minutes. I really don't like being in the right lane going through small towns anyway, because they have curbs right up against the road. And you have a lot of traffic coming in and off the road from the right side. And these people are driving really slow through town. I typically drive slow through town, but these people are driving 5 to 10 under the speed limit. This dumbass SUV is going to pop back out in front of me. There he goes. Right in the middle of a damn intersection. You should not lane change in an intersection. This is so annoying. Why the hell are you four-wheelers going so ridiculously fucking slow? We're going 25 and a 35. This car up ahead that's going really slow, it keeps drifting out of the lane. I don't know if they're looking for something. They're looking for a gas station, or I don't know why in the hell they're going so ridiculously slow. Going 10 under the damn speed limit. We'll just deal with this bullshit while we get through town. I mean, there's stupid. There goes that SUV. He's going to whip around him. Jesus, man. What the fuck is with this person? Please turn left. Please turn left. Please turn left. Fuck! It's like some kid that can't see over the dash or something. Does Texas not have like annual registration stickers? There isn't one on that license plate. I'll have to check the next Texas plate that I see. Oh, do you see how quickly he took off from the line right there? Now he slowed way down again. I got four-wheelers trying to race around me to the right. I'm basically stuck driving side by side with this guy because of this slow-ass four-wheeler up here. All right. This inspection station's never open. Oh, sweet, this dumbass took a left. He was going to Walmart. People of Walmart. All right, what in the hell were we talking about? That's what it's like to drive through these small towns. This is one of the reasons I don't like driving on highways. And this is one of the best highways that you can drive on. Texas has really good highway systems. So this is a really, really awesome highway. And it's still a pain in the ass to drive through these small towns. Looks like we have some rain up ahead. That's kind of good. I have not had rain since I've been back out on the road. I have new windshield wipers. I can't wait to test out. I've been buying Bosch, and I have Rain-X on my personal vehicle, and Rain-X's are pretty awesome. Rain-X's for commercial vehicles have really terrible reviews, and everybody says buy Bosch. So I've been buying Bosch, and I'm not too terribly thrilled with Bosch. So Rain-X are like half the price of Bosch. So I was like, you know what? I'll just buy a couple of pairs of them, and I'll give them a try. So I'm looking forward to trying out my new wipers. But I got so much bug crap on the windshield. So anyway, what were we talking about? Excuse me, the flatbed is passing me. He's heavy and slow accelerating through town. And I would have made it way around him in town if that car wasn't blocking me. But now that we're out of town, he's going 75, and I don't want to go that fast. I'm going 70. He passed me before town, then I passed him in town. Now he's passed me again. I don't know why in the hell people come over so close. There's absolutely no excuse for that shit. There's nobody behind us. I can't see any headlights behind me right now. Oh, he's got a light flickering. Do people even do pre-trips? Like, I think most of the people out here are steering wheel holders. They don't do pre-trips. They don't do post-trips. They don't have any idea what's going on with their damn vehicle. I see like basic shit, like lights out on trailers and tractors all the time. It is really common to see lights out on equipment. Mud flaps missing, just basic shit that I can see by driving by a trailer. A lot of these trailers and tractors out here, it's really obvious that they're not inspecting their equipment. But anyway, what were we talking about? So the auction load going to LA fell through. I was bummed out about that. So I started looking for another load, and I couldn't find anything. I did call on a couple loads, but they were like already booked or some other drama with them. And then it started rolling around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I was like, you know what? I'm not going to probably be able to book a load today. So I stopped looking at the load board. I still had my phone set up to give me alerts, but I stopped looking at the load board, and I just started watching TV, playing video games. And then I got a load alert at around 3 p.m., like shortly after I stopped looking at loads. And it was a $10,000 load. And I was like, what the hell? A $10,000 load in the Dallas area? Dallas is a mediocre market. Like, it's not a bad market, but it's not like a good market. And I was like, geez, man, that's like, oh shit, that flatbed is drifted so far off the road. He's on the shoulder. He's almost over in the damn grass. Now he's coming back over. I think he's playing on his phone. Well, hopefully he keeps going really fast and gets way the hell away from me doing that kind of stupid shit. That right there is how trucks run off the road, just not paying any damn attention. People fall asleep at the wheel, people not paying attention. They just drive off the side of the road. And once you hit that grass going 70, you're probably not going to get control of that vehicle back. I mean, you're done once you hit that fucking grass. Once you fall off the drop off, once your steers fall off that lip where the shoulder's at, you're probably done at that point. There's no recovery. Oh, this is a really nice, smooth road. I don't know what kind of asphalt this is, this brownish asphalt, but it's nice. Feels really good. So that $10,000 load, I looked through the details on it real quick. On a load that good, you have to call fast. So I just skimmed through the details of the load, and I'm like, it's not listed as team. It's not listed as hazmat. It's not very heavy. It's listed as 27,000 pounds. Yeah, it's going into a bad market, but they're paying enough money to go into a bad market. They're paying a hell of a premium to go to Seattle. It was going from Houston to Seattle, 2,300 miles loaded, paying just under $10,000, like $99.50 or $98.90 or $98.50 or something. I can't remember the exact amount, but it was just like $100, $150, maybe $50 under 10,000. It was really, really close to 10,000. So I just went ahead and called. I was like, well, I got to call in really, really quick, and I'll just ask the broker if there's any drama with the load. They didn't have any comments or anything on the load. So I called the broker, and he was like, hey. I'm like, yeah, I'm calling about that load you just posted going from Houston to Auburn, Washington. And he sounded like he was stoned, like he was mumbling, and he was going into a lot of detail on stuff. And like he was, I think I'm pretty sure he was high. I'm like, yeah, is that load still available? And he's like, yeah. I said, is the rate confirmed? Because a lot of brokers will post ridiculous rates on the load board just to get people to call on them, and the loads aren't actually paying that. And he was like, yeah, that's the same price they paid us last time. And I was like, all right, cool. And it's not hazmat or driver unload or doesn't have any extra stops or anything like that. He was like, I think it's hazmat. Just a second. That was my alarm to wake up. I set an alarm to wake up just in case I went comatose and started hibernating for a ridiculous amount of time. Um, but I woke up naturally well before the alarm. But yeah, he was like, um, he started saying that he thought it was hazmat. He said the last load was hazmat. And I said, well, it wasn't listed as hazmat. Do you know, like, if it's hazmat? He was like, I think it might be hazmat. And I just sat there for like 5 or 10 seconds. I was like, well, can you find out for sure whether or not it's hazmat? And he starts reading off the bill of lading, like verbatim. And I'm like, are you serious? And the only thing he read off to me on the bill of lading that was hazmat was some batteries. And it was like 300 pounds of corrosive batteries. And I was like, that's all the hazmat that's in the trailer? And he said, yeah. So he said, I'm pretty sure it's hazmat. And I'm like, well, if it's only 300 pounds of corrosive, unless it's some special kind of corrosive, standard corrosive, it needs to be 1,001 pounds or more uh, to require placards. So it may be hazmat, but it doesn't look like it requires placards. I said, do you not know if it requires placards? Is that all the hazmat has in there? And he said, I think that's all it's in there. I was like, is there any way for you to confirm? And he said, let me put you on hold. And then he comes back after putting me on hold for like 5 minutes. He's like, hello, Landstar. I'm like, yeah, it's still me. He's like, yeah. But he didn't remember who I was. I was like, I was calling to book that load, going from Houston to Washington, Seattle, Washington, Auburn. He's like, yeah. Do you want to book it? I'm like, did you find out if it was hazmat? And he's like, I think it's hazmat. I'm like, motherfucker. So he just like took another phone call, probably booked a different load or something over that 5 minutes, and completely forgot he had me on the phone. He was probably high. He was acting like he was high. So I was like, you know what? All right, just go ahead and let's book the load. Send me the rate confirmation. And in the rate confirmation, if it doesn't say it's hazmat, then it shouldn't be hazmat. Because they're supposed to list all that shit on the rate confirmation. So I didn't get a rate confirmation for like 30 minutes. And I was like, did that stone motherfucker forget to book the damn load? Or did he give it to somebody else? So I went and I checked. Just a second here. I'm checking my mirrors, catching up on this slow U-Haul. There's nobody behind me for quite a while. And it looks like we're going into a town. Speed limit's dropping to 55. U-Haul, get in your damn lane. Get in your damn lane, U-Haul. Sons of bitches. Looks like this might be a one-stop-light town. There shouldn't be any significant towns between me and Amarillo. What's nice about all these little small towns that you're driving through on these highways is that there's usually, like we just passed there's a bunch of stores that are out of business and stuff like that, and tons of places that you can pull over and stop. Like that looks like a little picnic area. All right, speed limit's back up to 70. There's a rest area right there. There were several places. There's somebody on the shoulder right here. there were several places in town that had huge open areas that you could park in that looked like they were stores that were out of business. So I went and I checked the Landstar page because on my account on Landstar, if a load is assigned to me, I can see that. Now I can't look at details of the load. There's somebody walking down the damn median. I can't see any details on the load, but I can see loads that are assigned to me. So I checked on there and the load was assigned to me. So I was like, okay, they put the load on me. They just haven't gotten around to sending me the damn rate confirmation yet. So they sent me the rate confirmation. And the rate confirmation, sorry, I was getting an alert from Google about traffic. And the rate confirmation had a ton of crap in it about hazmat. It had material safety data sheets on the hazmat that was in the load. It had a bill of lading. Like all you usually get in a rate confirmation is the freight bill with how much you're getting paid and how they're breaking it out, the address that you're picking up and going to, and any special instructions, accessorial pay. It's mainly just a thing about where are you picking up the load, where are you taking it, what do you need to do for the load, what are all the special instructions, and what are we paying you to haul it. That's what a rate confirmation is, and that's usually all you get in the email. But I got the rate confirmation and also a bill of lading and also material safety data sheets. Ooh, it looks like it's raining pretty good up here. That is nice. We'll get the truck washed. So it was definitely hazmat. I looked at the bill of lading, and there was 17,000 pounds of class 2.2 compressed cylinders. What the fuck, CRST? I was flying up on CRST like they weren't moving, and now once I get alongside CRST, they're speed matching me. What is this nonsense? This person is not using cruise control. Probably a student driver. CRST, the way that they train, and I've never worked for CRST. This is just what I've read on forums and shit like that. They You only get like 1 or 2 weeks with a trainer, and then they take two students and match them up together in a truck, and they just send off two students to team drive for months. So you're just driving with another student. So you have to trust some other person that's been driving for like 1 week or something to drive the truck while you sleep in the back. That is scary. Oh, now CRST has decided they want to go fast. They're riding my ass. They're about to jump out and pass me. Now they're slowing back down. What in the hell are you doing, CRST? Maybe they don't allow them to use cruise control. A lot of student drivers, that's one of the things trucking companies will do during training, is they won't let you use cruise control. I'm surprised CRST can go 70 miles an hour. They're one of the shittiest mega carriers out there, and They probably have an absolutely terrible CSA score. I'm surprised their trucks aren't governed at like 60 miles an hour for insurance purposes. Just getting a little bit of sprinkles. I don't know if you can see them in the picture, but it's just barely sprinkling. So yeah, all the paperwork I received said that there was 17,000 pounds of class 2.2 compressed gas cylinders, non-flammable. And then there was like everything on the load was hazmat. Everything, absolutely everything was hazmat that was going in the trailer. There was tons of hazmat in the trailer, but mainly the 17,000 pounds of class 2.2 cylinders. The other stuff didn't need any kind of placards. There was some class 9 stuff, some class 8 corrosives, but it was all under the weight where it needed any kind of placarding. So I was like, son of a bitch. Anybody who follows my videos knows that I don't typically even look at hazmat loads. I'll occasionally look at them just to see if they're paying well enough for me to bother with. And they typically aren't paying well enough for me to bother with. And I felt like this was a bait and switch from the broker. They did not list it as a hazmat load. And whenever they were booking the load with me, they told me it wasn't hazmat. But then when they assigned the load to me, it was obvious that it was hazmat. I'm not going to go into details about what the load is that I'm hauling because, various reasons. You're not, for one, you're not supposed to really go into detail talking about like what kind of hazmat loads you're hauling and, stuff like that. Um, because there are bad people out there that want to get a hold of stuff. But anyway, as much as I'll get into detail about what type of load this is, there should have been zero fucking question as to whether or not this load was hazmat. I got. Nah, I'm not. I'm not going to go into detail about that. That might give away what kind of load I'm hauling. But it is a ridiculous. Like it is definitely hazmat. So second here, I got some people going around me. So I just sat there and I thought, you know what? The broker lied to me. I can easily call up the broker and be like, hey, you didn't have the load listed as hazmat. You told me it wasn't hazmat when I booked it, and now you send me the rate confirmation and it's hazmat. Take this shit off of me. And there's nothing they could have done about it. They would have, just pulled the load off of me and put it back on the load board. So I sat there for about 30 minutes thinking about whether or not I wanted to bother hauling the load. Number one, I had to make a decision on whether or not the load was paying well enough to haul hazmat, because there's a lot of drama you have to deal with hazmat. There's a lot of extra bullshit that you have to deal with a hazmat load. And, you want to be adequately compensated for that amount of drama. So, yeah, I felt that it was paying well enough to haul hazmat. It was paying around $4.35 a mile. Uh, for a load going from Dallas to Seattle, that particular lane, Dallas is a soft market. It's a mediocre market. And Seattle's kind of a really bad market. $2.50 a mile is what you should expect coming out of there. Roughly around $3 a mile coming out of Dallas is what you should expect. You can get better paying loads. I typically get, I, I almost always book loads above market average. I'll sit around and wait for good loads. I don't haul just average shit. So a load going from Dallas to Seattle should pay a little bit of a premium. So a normal load coming out of Dallas would be like 250 a mile. A pretty decent good load coming out of Dallas would be paying like $3 a mile. And then a premium to go into a bad market like Seattle, I would expect to be getting somewhere around 330 to 350 a mile on a load going to Seattle. So if I were looking for a load going to Seattle, I would expect that like a mediocre load going to Seattle would be paying somewhere around 280 to $3 a mile out of Dallas, and a good load would be paying somewhere in the area of 330 to 350 a mile coming out of Dallas going to Seattle. So anything above that would be paying a premium. Let's turn the cruise off, tap the brakes while we go through some twisties here. They don't have any signs up about suggested speeds for these turns, but you got to be really, really careful on turns on highways, because highways are not as regulated as interstates. Interstates have a lot of rules on like how sharp turns can be and what type of signage and stuff like that they have to have on turns and things on interstates. But highways, they're state controlled, so the states get to make up their own rules on the shit, and you just have to be a lot more careful on highways on turns and things. They don't have nearly as good of signage as interstates most of the time. All right, we got railroad tracks. They come to a complete stop, windows down, we're good. And keep the four ways on until we completely clear. All right, we're good. We've cleared the railroad tracks. So you can probably tell that I made the decision to go ahead and haul the loads. I just did a hazmat stop. But yeah, so it was paying somewhere in the area of about an 85-cent per mile premium above a good paying load. It was paying somewhere in the area of $1.35 a mile over like market average for a load going from Dallas to Seattle. That's quite a bit of money. It's like some old railroad tracks that have been paved over. Now, as far as railroad crossings, for people that don't know about hazmat crossings on the railroads, if it has a signal for crossing the railroad, not just like, almost all railroad crossings have a flashing light if there's a train coming. That light doesn't count. If a railroad crossing has an actual signal for the railroad crossing itself, then you don't have to do a hazmat stop across it. Also, if it is marked as out of service or closed or whatever, if the rail line is clearly out of service, you don't have to stop for it. Or if it's like a trolley line, you don't have to stop for those. Streetcar. Just some little tidbits of information for hazmat stuff for anybody who might be unaware. So yeah, it was paying enough of a premium. So the second decision I had to make was whether or not I wanted to haul it. It was paying enough money to haul it, but do I want to bother with hauling hazmat? We're going to go ahead and stay on the pedal because the speed limit just jumped back up to 70, and up here it's going to go back up to 75, but it's starting to rain harder. So we're going to stay on the pedal, and we're going to keep it down around, we're doing 59 right now. I'm going to keep it down around 60 for a few minutes because it's really, really hot in Texas, and I don't think it's rained here in a while. And one of the most dangerous times to drive during rain is right when it starts raining, because these roads, since they've been really hot, oil will start accumulating. It'll start like sweating. These roads will sweat oil. And then when the rain starts falling, you get that water and oil mixture, and it's just slick as snot. After it's been raining for a while, it'll dilute that oil, and that oil will run off to the side of the road, and you'll actually get better traction. But right when it first starts raining, that's when the roads are usually their most dangerous. So we're just gonna chill through here. I haven't bothered turning the wipers on yet. I want these juicy bugs to get nice and wet before I turn the wipers on. So I thought about whether or not I wanted to haul a hazmat load. I thought about all the drama with hazmat. I started reading through my orientation uh, training material on hazmat, on all the extra crap that I have to do. And I just sat there and thought about it for about a half an hour. And I was like, you know what? If I'm gonna like, I'm eventually I am gonna haul a hazmat load, and this is one of the best routes to haul a hazmat load on. There's not a whole lot of hazmat restrictions. There's not, tunnels and some cities are a pain in the ass to drive through with hazmat, like Columbus. Is it Columbus, Ohio, or Cleveland, Ohio? I think it's Cleveland. It might also be Columbus. Driving across Pennsylvania, they have a bunch of tunnels and shit. Like, there's certain places that I would not want to mess with hazmat on because there's so many, you know, tunnels and things like that you have to worry about, and so many route restrictions. All right, turn the wipers on. That wasn't too bad. They didn't streak up with the bugs too bad right there. We got a stream running down the lane. There's a puddle of water. So I decided to go ahead and run it because, like, I'm driving a lot of out in the middle of nowhere. So there's not a whole lot of hazmat drama I have to worry about on the route restrictions and things like that. So mainly the only areas I'm going to have to worry about is the Dallas-Fort Worth area because I picked the load up out of North Houston. So I didn't really have to worry about Houston. But driving through the Dallas-Fort Worth area, I had to worry about that on route restrictions with hazmat. And then Denver, and then Seattle. Those are about the only three places I'm going to have to worry about route restrictions. And the route that I planned on taking through the Dallas-Fort Worth area happened to be a hazmat route, so that wasn't too bad. For anybody who's not familiar with, hauling hazmat, they don't want you going like through the middle of major cities and stuff like that. So you have to take the city bypasses and things like that when you're hauling hazmat, unless you're delivering in town. So when you're hauling hazmat, when you're driving through any town, they might have truck routes where they don't want trucks going through certain parts of town, and they'll divert you around like the center of town and have you drive around the edges or something like that. Well, they have hazmat routes that work very much the same way as truck routes. So the route that I was going to take from Houston to Seattle was a good one. There wasn't going to be a whole lot of weird crap I was going to have to deal with, any specialized routing or any crazy nonsense. So I was like, this will be a really good hazmat load to, do for my first hazmat load to get in the swing of things, to learn all the processes and procedures and refamiliarize myself with hauling hazmat and all the special crap that I'm going to have to do. So I was like, yeah, let's do it. So I did not want to drive from Dallas to Houston at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So I went ahead and took a shower there at the TA in Terrell. And then I got something to eat. And then I ended up waiting until probably around 10 or 11 p.m. to leave Terrell and drive down to Houston to pick the load up. All right, big truck. Hurry up and get the hell around me. There's all kinds of standing water on this fucking road, and I think you're going too fast for conditions, but holy shit. Oh, wow. He came over to my lane. And now you're going to come over like 20 fucking feet in front of me, you fucking idiot. Oh my God. I had to slow down. I was going 60. I had to slow down to 50 miles per hour because he came over so close to me. I would be about 5 feet off his bumper right now if I wouldn't have slowed down by 10 miles per hour. These fucking morons out here, man. They make this shit so damn dangerous. Normally, I would have changed lanes when somebody cuts me off that close, but there was a four-wheeler alongside me as well. Like, that was so incredibly dangerous what that fucking idiot just did. That pisses me off so much. And now this dumb shit's going slower than me. I was going 60 when he passed me. Now I'm having to drive 57 because going 60, I'm catching up with his stupid ass. There's just a ridiculous amount of standing water on this road. And this idiot, oh my God. He's one of those small mom and pop no name trucking companies. Those are the scariest fuckers on the road because they're usually small carriers that have like their fleets of like 2 to 5 trucks, and they hire just about anybody that has a pulse. Those are the places that you go and work for whenever nobody will hire you. I'm more scared of those drivers than I am of the mega carriers like CRST and CR England, Western Express. Because these shithole companies like the one in front of me, they're the places that CR England and CRST and Western Express drivers go whenever they get fired from CRST and Western Express and CR England. Jesus, man. This guy, now he's going 48 miles an hour. He just had to get in front of me, and now that he's gotten in front of me, now he doesn't feel comfortable. The fuck is he flashing his lights for? Sorry, we'll get to talking about what's going on in a minute. I'm just surrounded by stupid people right now. The rain is starting to lighten up, so hopefully this moron gets comfortable and takes off again and gets the hell away from me. But he's just got me pinned in behind him right now. I don't know why the fuck people do this shit. Like, he was so aggressive to pass me, and then once he got in front of me, now he's slowed down by like 10 to 15 fucking miles an hour. I'm gonna pass him. He's going 47 miles an hour. He just keeps fluctuating speed up and down in front of me. Driving like an absolute fucking moron. This shit pisses me off so much. He's in there talking on his damn phone. Stupid jackass. I'm traveling at a safe, comfortable speed, and what the thing is that he feels comfortable being behind me and traveling at the same speed that I'm going. But once he gets in front of me, he doesn't know how to determine what a safe speed is. Like, he feels really comfortable behind me, and then he gets in front of me and he doesn't know what the fuck to do. Stupid people make driving out here on these roads just unnecessarily dangerous like that. They make it way too dangerous doing really stupid shit like that. Oh man, we're going by some animals. I smell like animal stuff. what is that? Got some tire in the road. Let's not run it over. All right, looks like we're coming out of the rain right here. See how the road's dry right there? Let's go ahead and turn the wipers off. So far, I really like these Rain-X wipers. That's the first time I've used them. I've had them on the truck for about a month, and that's the first time I've ever used them. And so far, I like them better than the Bosch. The Bosch streak really bad and they leave like a residue behind whenever they wipe. Even brand new ones, they leave like a residue behind whenever they wipe. I don't like the Bosch wipers. That's the reason I gave these Rain-X's a try, not because they're cheaper. It's because I really like the Rain-X's on my car, and I didn't like the Bosches. Even though everybody talks really highly about the Bosches, I can't stand the damn Bosches. All right, so we're out of the rain, and we got enough rain to clean the windows off for the most part. It cleaned them up pretty good. All right, back to the hazmat load. So I left the TA there in Terrell probably around 10 or 11, got down to the north side of Houston around 3:30 in the morning or so. And there was a little mom and pop truck stop 2 or 3 miles away, 5 miles away or so from the place I was picking up from. And they had, there were spots available when I got there. So that worked out really well. So went to sleep. I woke up at 11 a.m., drove over to the shipper. My appointment was from 1:30 to 3:30. Second, we got a pickup truck on this side road. I don't know if they're going to pull out in front of me. All right. Oh, he started rolling, then he stopped rolling. All right, speed limit's dropping down to 55 up ahead. But yeah, they had a spot there, so I drove over to the shipper. I got there about 11:45, and my appointment was at 1:30. So I got there like an hour and 45 minutes early for my appointment, which is not a big deal in my opinion. I always get to my appointments early. And I got there, and none of the numbers that the broker gave me were the right number. And they tried finding my load, and they couldn't find it, and they told me to, call and get the correct reference number from whoever, I booked the load with. And so I called the broker, and then they started emailing me. They were emailing various people trying to find the reference number to pick the load up with. And then one of the people at the brokerage started like complaining about me being there early. She's like, you weren't supposed to be there until 1:30. They don't have the load ready yet. I was like, okay. Like, I'm here an hour early. I don't think it's a really big deal. If you give me a and I replied to her and I said, um, that's fine if they don't have the load ready. But if you can give me a reference number, then they can probably go ahead and put me in a door, because right now I'm just kind of parked in the middle of the damn road waiting for them to assign me a door. So even if the load isn't ready now, if you guys can give me that damn reference number, they can put me in a door and I won't be blocking the road. It took them like an hour to give me a reference number. They finally give me a reference number, and I go in there, and they give me a door. And so by then it was like 1:30. So about 1:30, 1:45, I finally get into a door. This is that CRST I passed earlier. They can't make up their damn mind how fast they want to go. They flew through that rain back there and passed me in that shit. And now they've decided they want to go 60. They wanted to drive 70 back there where it was raining. And now they want to go 60. What it might be is it might be the trainer like catching the student speeding. Maybe the student's not supposed to be driving over 60. And the trainer's in the bunk, and the trainer probably woke up and caught him doing, usually student drivers have a lot of restrictions on them. They're not supposed to be going over certain speeds. They're not supposed to be using cruise. Not supposed to be listening to the radio. All kinds of stuff. And I don't know why, but a lot of them try to ignore the rules. I don't know why they're trying to knock out as many miles as possible and go really fast whenever they're on a student salary, and they're probably not even getting paid by the mile. Trucking is a marathon. It is not a sprint. You need to be thinking about long term with trucking. But anyway, let's go back. And so yeah, they didn't get me into a dock door until probably around 1:45, and then they didn't even start loading me until almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It only took them about 15 minutes to load me when they finally loaded me. But yeah, they didn't start loading me until about 4. They got me loaded probably around 4:30 was when they came out and gave me my paperwork. And they didn't give me any placards or anything. So I'm like, is this not hazmat? Where are the placards at? He's like, yeah, it is hazmat. It needs class 2 placards. I'm like, well, can you give me some placards? Because that's the shipper's responsibility, is to give you placards. And he's like, yeah, let me go get you some placards. And he came back out, gave me some placards. I ended up using the placards that are built into the trailer, but I wanted the placards from him in case I had any issues with those. I wanted spares. But I went ahead and used the ones that are on the trailer. A second here, I got WFX coming around me. And it looks like we might be coming into another small town. This guy's light, but he's slow. He's governing at like 68 miles an hour or something. He's going to speed through this small town. So he's really light, so he's not slowing down on any hills, and then he's speeding through small towns, and that's how he's able to pass me. Stupid jackass. I'm going to slow down by a lot and just let this fucking moron get around me. He's going to be a problem once I get out of town because he's governed at like 68. What the fuck, man? I slowed down to 5 under the speed limit, and he slowed down even more than me. He's just driving alongside of me. The fuck is the deal with this guy? Why in the hell is he speed matching me? This is so annoying. I can't stand when people just drive alongside of me. I'm going to slow down some more and see if this fucking idiot will go away. Western Flyer Express. Oh my God, he's slowing down again. He's driving consistently under like 5 miles an hour under the speed limit. I'm driving like 5 to 10 under the speed limit to try to get him away from me, and he keeps slowing down and speed matching me. Doing 28 and a 35 right now to get him to get the hell away from me. It's an old railroad track that's been paved over. Bear with me a minute while we get through this small town. I don't fucking understand people, man. Why do people want to drive close to other vehicles? Like, it freaks me out whenever other people are driving close to me. I don't understand why other people want to drive. Maybe they just don't understand how dangerous it is to be traveling at any speed. Oh, sweet. This moron is taking a left. He's pulling into that Valero. Maybe that's the reason he was driving so slow. He was looking for a place to pull over. There's that flatbed that keeps passing me. He's really, really heavy, but he drives like 75 miles an hour. So every time we go through a town with stop and go traffic, it takes him forever to get up to speed. And every time we go over a little hill, he drops like 10 to 15 miles an hour. So I kept catching him and passing him. And then we get onto some flat straightaway and be going 75, he'd pass me. So I just passed him again because he was pulled over there taking a leak or something. He'll probably pass me again in a few minutes. One of the reasons I don't like having trucks beside me like that, aside from it just being dangerous, is that he's blocking traffic by doing that. We're driving side by side, nobody can get around us, and it causes all the four-wheelers and the other trucks, everybody behind us starts getting really freaked out and having, like, people drive like panicked animals. It's like they're having a panic attack or something. And the more stress you put them under, the stupider they get. So you start blocking traffic off like that where nobody can get around you, and they start stressing out and they start getting their stupid on. And then whenever they get any opening, they'll start cutting you off, and they'll start passing on turn lanes. They'll start doing really, really dangerous stuff around you. That's the reason I like to have a lot of space around me, is it lets people relax and they're not as stressed out going around me. And their stupid levels aren't as high as normal. So anyway, where were we at? What were we talking about? So yeah, they didn't get me loaded until like the last minute. They closed at like 5 p.m. They didn't get me loaded and give my paperwork to me until like 4:30. And here I am trying to contact hazmat department over at Landstar to get them to confirm that the bill of lading is in the proper format and everything's filled out the way it should be, and I have the correct placards. The hazmat department reviews everything, and they want you to still be at the shipper in case there are any problems. They can get it corrected without you having to go back. So I was trying to get all that done. I was trying to get the thing placarded, trying to do an inspection, trying to get all my paperwork in order, trying to do, my ELD stuff. And like, there's just so much crap that I have to do to start moving, especially on a hazmat load. And now I'm going to have to drive in rush hour traffic. So, yeah, 4:45, they're like, "Hey, we're locked." They were like, "The exit's turned off. You can't go out the exit. You're gonna have to go out the entrance, and you need to get out pretty soon because we're gonna lock that gate in 10 minutes." Like, they weren't even giving me until 5 o'clock. At 4:45, they said they were locking that gate in 10 minutes. And I was like, "Well, I still have a bunch of paperwork I need to do. Is there anywhere around here I can park? Like, when do I? Is there any way I can sit here for another, 30 minutes, an hour, or something?" And he said, "You can pull outside the gate and park in the entryway." And I was like, "All right." So I went out the gate and I parked in the entryway. And the person that was running the gate was like, "You can't park here." And I'm like, "Well, I need to do paperwork. Can I sit here for like 10 or 15 minutes or something?" And she was like, this is an entrance. Like, there's still going to be people coming in and out." I was like, "I thought you guys were closed." She was like, "Yeah, but we still have people that are going to be coming in and out." I'm like, "Okay." Um, and we sat there and went back and forth for like a couple of minutes. She was telling me, "No, I couldn't park there." And I was like, "Well, they just kicked me." And she's like, "You can pull back inside if you need to stay parked." And I was like, "Well, a guy just walked up to me and told me I had to leave because you were gonna lock this gate, and I had to be out of there within 10 minutes. So they just kicked me out of there, and now you're kicking me out of here. And they just told me to leave there and park here to do my paperwork." And she's like, "Oh, if they told you you could park here, then that's fine. You can park here." And I was like, "Okay." So I sat there and finished off my paperwork. And was rushing around to try to get everything in order. And I had some issues with some lights. I have several lights on the trailer that have been working intermittently. Like, sometimes they'll work, sometimes they won't work, sometimes they'll be dim, sometimes they'll be bright, sometimes they'll flicker. I had three lights that were working intermittently. One was the front top right marker light. One was my left turn signal. Now, the turn signal part of it was working, but the turn signal also doubles as a running light. And uh, the running light portion of it worked intermittently. And then a marker light on the right side rear bottom, that one was also working intermittently. So whenever I did my inspection while they were loading the trailer and I was, getting everything ready to leave, that marker light at the on the right side bottom rear, it had stopped working completely. I happened to have a spare in the truck and I have an electrical kit in the truck. So I went ahead and replaced it while they were loading the trailer. But the other two lights are still working intermittently. They happened to be working whenever I left the shipper. And, but I needed to get them fixed, especially under a hazmat load. You are under so much more scrutiny whenever you're placarded. So I stopped at a Love's just north of Houston. It was like 40 miles north of Houston or something. It took me like an hour and a half to get there because of rush hour traffic. There were so many accidents north of Houston. There were at least 5 to 10 accidents that I drove through. There were just, Google just had accident after accident listed on there. Just tons and tons of fender benders. Houston has some of the worst drivers in the country. I think they're all on drugs. Are you going to speed back up? The pickup truck just flew by me and then started speed matching me. Now he's speeding back up as he's doing the lane change to get back over in front of me. I don't know why people speed match me whenever they get near me. I think nobody uses cruise control. Everybody's just using the pedal, and they just speed match nearest vehicle. Whenever there's a vehicle in front of them, they're driving by themselves. They just need to get caught up with that vehicle in front of them. And then once they get caught up with that vehicle in front of them, then they just start speed matching them. Unless it's a truck. Then they realize, oh, a truck is slow. I need to keep going. So then they eventually will, speed back up and get around me. A lot of them will, once they get in front of me, they'll just speed match me in front of me at an unsafe following distance. And that is really annoying. I hate people that pass me and then speed match me in front of me or slow down in front of me and just kill my following distance. So anyway, I pulled into that Love's just north of Houston. And that place was an absolute mess. Wow, that place was crazy. I got there at like 6:30 p.m. Somewhere around 6:30 p.m. is when I got there. 6 to 6:30. I can't remember exactly. I think it was around 6:30. And there were people just parking in the middle of the roadway. You almost couldn't get in the place because people were just parking in the middle of there were no parking spots, and people were just parking everywhere. Just like right in the middle of the damn road. There was a Love's manager out there trying to get people to move because one person parked in the middle of the road and everybody started parking alongside of them, and you couldn't get in or out. Like they just blocked. There was like 6 trucks parked side by side in the middle of the road, so you couldn't drive around in the truck stop. There was just a huge line of trucks trying to get in and trying to leave. It was just an absolute mess. So I was finally able to get in line at the fuel island behind a couple of trucks, and I ran over to the shop while I was parked behind those trucks at the fuel island and asked the shop, like, what's the wait time to get a couple lights replaced on a trailer? They told me 3.5 hours. And I was like, well, I would be willing to wait, but there's nowhere to park to wait. So I'm going to have to take off and head to another shop. So thank you. And I went over there and hopped back in my truck. I had to wait for the trucks in front of me to go through the fuel island. None of them were fueling. They were just parking at the fuel island. But I had to wait for them to move through the fuel island. They were all running in to grab food and shit like that. Taking their fucking 30s and shit. So I had to wait through that shit. And then I had to wait for the Love's manager to clear the fuckers out that were parked in the middle of the road to get out of there. So I wasted like a half hour to 45 minutes at that Love's because of it being such a clusterfuck there. I don't know why they just don't buy more land around them and increase the size of the parking lot. They were out in the country and there was tons of open land around them. Like, it's just cheap on their part to have such a small parking lot. Right outside of Houston, a major city like that, they know they're going to be busy. Like, it's crazy for them to have such a small parking lot. Love's has really low requirements on their franchises and the parking lot sizes and shit that they allow. Well, I'm guessing that most Loves are probably franchises. They all may be corporate for all I know. But whoever's making the decisions on the parking lot sizes at Loves needs to get their head re-examined. I hate Loves. I try to avoid Loves at all cost. So I went ahead and hopped back in the truck and took off driving. And I had already checked along my route on everywhere that had, TA, Petro, and Loves that had service centers. And the only other Loves that had a service center along the route on 45 in between Houston and Dallas was up next to Dallas. And I'm like, well, if I'm going to drive that far, I'm just going to get it done at the TA on Bonnie View where I plan on fueling up. So that's what I did. I went ahead and drove up to the south side of Dallas to the TA off Bonnie View, topped off fuel, and Sorry, I was just looking at all my clocks. Topped off fuel and got in line at the TA to have them repair the lights on the trailer. And there was, so I wanted them to replace those two lights. And then there was a third light that I wanted them to look at. I didn't have any idea what the hell it was. And the head mechanic happened to be standing next to the service manager when I was trying to explain to the service manager what I wanted done. And the head mechanic was like, where exactly is the light at? I said, it is at the front of the trailer on the left side, a couple of feet up from the bottom. And he said, do you have auto air tires, auto inflating? Do you have an auto inflation system? And I said, yeah. And he said, that's probably what it is. He said, do you have a reefer? And I said, no, it's just a regular dry van. He said, it's the auto air then. It's a warning light that auto air is not working. If that light comes on, it means the auto air is not working. And I was like, all right, cool. Well, it's good to know what it is, but I think the light is broken. There's a crack in it. It looks damaged. I don't think the light's functioning, and I don't know how to test it to see if it's functioning. So if you guys could take a look at it and replace if needed, I'd appreciate it. And he's like, yeah, I'll have my guy take a look at it. So they told me it'd be about a 4-hour wait, but they ended up calling. I got there to the TA at Bonneview about 9:30 p.m. and they told me it'd be about a 4-hour wait, but they ended up calling me in at about 11:30. So they got me in quite a bit earlier. Don't come over so fucking close. Why in the hell do people come over so damn close? There is no need for that shit. That is so incredibly fucking dangerous. This second here. We're still at an unsafe following distance. It's raining. Just waiting to build up a little bit of distance here. All right, so they got me called in early, but they thought that it was just going to be an easy, like 5-minute swap out of lights. And they got to looking at my lights and they're riveted in. So they were going to have to drill out rivets and stuff like that to replace the lights. And my turn signal was fully functioning, the running light and the flasher and everything. And they're like, well, it's going to be a pain in the butt to get Landstar to approve replacing this. And so the mechanic that was initially going to work on my truck was like, fuck this, I'm not messing with this. This is going to take too long. It's the end of my shift. I'm leaving. And so he switched over to street clothes and left. And I'm just sitting there parked in front of a bay and I sat there for an hour. Nobody came over after that guy left. So I went back in. I went and stood in line to check in with them, figure out what the hell was going on. And they were in the middle of a shift change. And I sat there in line with 2 or 3 people behind me in line for about 20 minutes. And the people at the service desk, there were 2 people. The person that was leaving at the end of her shift, and then the person that was coming on for his shift. Neither one of them even acknowledged the presence of the people in line. And we sat there for 20 minutes. The people behind me were like, have you checked in with them? Like, do they know that we're here? And they didn't like say, hey guys, we're changing shifts. We'll get to you in a minute. It's going to take like 10 minutes for us to change out registers and stuff. Nothing. They didn't say a word to any of us. Just acted like we weren't even fucking there for like 20 minutes roughly. Might have been longer than that. The people behind me started getting very impatient. And finally, after like 20 to 30 minutes, the service manager said, "What can I do for you?" I just absolutely horrible communication skills. And I was like, "Hey, I'm in Bay 5." And somebody came out there and started to look at my truck, and then they put on street clothes and left. And I haven't heard anything since then. That was about an hour ago, so I was just checking to see what was going on. And he was like, "I just submitted your ticket to Landstar for approval." And I was like, "Well, the guy that came out to look at my truck, he walked off while I was talking to him, and I didn't get an opportunity to explain to him everything I wanted done. So I don't think you guys have one of the lights on the ticket that I wanted you to look at." Because once that guy saw that that turn signal was riveted, he just like started walking away from me. And I was trying to talk to him, and he just like, he would look over his shoulder while he was walking away. And he just basically just walked away in the middle of me fucking talking to him. It pissed me off. Like those people at that, the shop people at that fucking TA were so incredibly rude. So he said that he would send somebody else out there, and I could explain to them the light, and they'll make sure they get it on the ticket. So then another guy comes out there, and I'm like, "Hey," he was like, he's like, "Hey, there, I was told there's another light on here you want us to look at." And I was like, "Yeah, I tried to explain that last guy, but he just walked off while I was talking to him. Um, you have the marker light up there on the corner, and you have this turn signal, but there's also this light right here that I don't know what it is." I said the mechanic that was at the service desk told me he thinks it's for the auto air, but as you can see right there, it's cracked, and I don't think the light's working, but I don't know how to test it to see if it is working. So I think the light needs to be replaced. And he was like, "All right, yeah, um, I'll add it to the ticket." And I ended up not getting out of there until around 3:30 a.m. because they said they were waiting on Landstar approvals for a whole bunch of crap. Like it took forever to get those three lights replaced. Like the actual work, the amount of time it took them to replace the three lights was maybe 20 minutes to replace all three lights. But I was there in the shop from around 11:30 p.m. until 3:30 a.m. I was there for 4 hours for them to do 20 minutes worth of work because of submitting shit through eShop and waiting on approvals. This person pulling this U-Haul is driving on the shoulder passing me. They were way the hell over on the shoulder. He's doing it again passing that big truck. He's getting way over, and he's not on the shoulder like he was when he was passing me. Maybe he was freaked out because of the placards. But finally got done with that, and I was running up against my 14, so I didn't have enough time to go to where I originally wanted to stop. Originally, I wanted to stop at a rest area. Here comes that flatbed that pulled over to the one that keeps passing me. He's going 75 miles an hour, but he's really heavy and slow. He he was the one that was pulled over on the side of the road taking a leak a minute ago that we passed. And I was like, that guy's going to pass me again here before long. This is him again. He's his marker light isn't flashing anymore. Man, these people come over so fucking close. So yeah, I was originally going to stop at a rest area about an hour further than the Loves that I stopped there in Quina or Kuna or whatever, however you pronounce it. Oh yeah, I like these wiper blades a lot better than the Bosch. The Bosch wiper blades, if I turned them on while I had very little water on the windshield, they would streak and bounce across the windshield really bad, and it was just horrible. These Rain-X are so much smoother. We'll see how they are after a couple weeks of use. I mean, they've been sitting on the truck for a month, but that, like, today is the first time I've ever used them. All right, speed limit's dropping down to 55. But it worked out all right because initially I was planning on just stopping at a rest area, but I had to adjust my trip plans, and the place that I found to stop that I could make in the amount of time I had left happened to be that Love's, and I really wanted to take a shower. This flatbed is really, really slow through these small towns because it's so heavy. Those pipes look hollow, but I guess they're heavy. I don't like playing leapfrog. I'm going to try to avoid passing this flatbed in town. There's some people speeding behind me. Some big trucks that are they're like, this is my opportunity to pass everybody. I'm going to fly through town going 10 to 15 over the speed limit and get around every damn body. There's a lot of people who do that shit. It's usually the trucks that are governed at really slow speeds. They use these towns to pass people. Here comes one flying by me. I'm going 34. Speed limit's 35. I got somebody flying by me doing about 40 to 45. Prime Heavy Haulers LLC out of Fort Worth, Texas. I'm going 1 mile an hour under the speed limit. He's going about 5 miles an hour faster than me. I don't give a shit how fast people want to go as long as it doesn't create unsafe conditions for me. All right, it takes this fucking flatbed forever to get up to speed. We're out of town now. The speed limits are going up, and I'm just slowly accelerating with this flatbed because I don't want to. I can out accelerate him by a lot. This flatbed is really slow, but I know that once he eventually gets up to speed, he's going to be going 75. And I don't want to leapfrog with him. But yeah, it worked out well stopping at the Loves because I was able to get a shower. At the rest area, I wouldn't have been able to get a shower. And I had a shower the day before, so it wasn't like critical that I have a shower under normal circumstances, but I really needed a shower. Like, I was so nasty because it was like 100 degrees outside in Houston and Dallas, and I was outside doing stuff a lot throughout the day. At that shipper down in Houston, I was standing outside for like 30 minutes trying to get that reference number and they didn't. It was not an air conditioned office or anything. So I was standing outside in 100-degree weather, really humid, just sweat was just pouring off of me for like a half hour. Then I sat in my truck for a little while. Then I got back out and spent like another 20 minutes outside once I did get the reference number with them, calling a whole bunch of people trying to figure out what the hell was going on. Apparently somebody screwed up on the order and they didn't there was some issues. They had to call around to a couple people to get some shit straightened out. And then I replaced that light outside. That was like 20, 30 minutes. The light was riveted in. So I had to get some pliers and like wiggle the rivets around until I snapped them off to be able to replace that light. Now the mechanics, they had, drills and shit that they could remove the rivets with. And it only took them like a minute or so to remove the rivets, but it took me forever to remove the rivets with a pair of damn pliers. So I was out there sweating my ass off doing that. And then, doing all the placarding and all the rest of the stuff. Um, one of my placards it's missing the clips, so I had to tape the placards. Um, I was outside a lot. And then at the TA, I was outside a lot as well in 100-degree weather. And I had basically just been sweating a lot throughout the day. And I really needed a shower. I felt really sticky and icky. So it worked out well that I ended up stopping at the Loves. As soon as I got there, I went in and took a shower, got some Subway, ate half of a sub, and then crawled into bed, went to sleep. When I woke up, I ate the other half of the sub, and then I started driving. And now you're caught up with what's been going on with me. That's my log of what's happened since the last video. I can't remember anything else that happened, but it's a lot of stuff to cover, so there might have been some things that I left out that I forgot about. The people in the hazmat department at Landstar are really nice. There are some departments at Landstar that are a pain in the ass to deal with. Trailer utilization is a pain in the ass to deal with. I don't like them. Well, yeah, I don't like them. Sequoia is really nice. She has really good communication skills, but she's not very good at getting shit done. I usually have to contact her several times to get things done. Richard is just all around a dumb shit. Horrible communication skills, and also is a pain in the ass to work with. And then I've dealt with their managers as well, and all they do is make excuses. And they have staffing issues over there, so I don't think they're really in a position where they can get rid of Richard because he's such a jackass, because they're so short-handed over there. The pay must be crap because they can't employ anybody over there. Like that's one of the things the manager talked to me about. Like I don't know why in the hell your staffing issues have anything to do with my issue of Richard being a jackass, but he brought up the staffing issues whenever I was complaining about Richard to him. But the hazmat department, really nice people. The trailer maintenance department, even though they waste a lot of my time on approving work orders, whenever you actually talk to the trailer maintenance department, they're really nice. They're really down to earth people, and I've never had any issues with them talking with them. It's just that it takes forever to get them to approve shit. Second here, I'm trying to take a good look at my placard that I've got taped down to see if it's come loose in the rain. Looks like it's still holding together pretty well. I have a whole bunch of crap in the truck, and I keep buying more and more. You know, things like rubber grommets for the glad hands, extra valve stem caps. You know, you can buy those things really cheap in bulk. Like you can buy a bag of like 50 to 100 rubber glad hand grommets for like $10. You can buy bags of valve stem caps for $5 or $10. And something I'm going to order whenever I get back home are replacement clips for the placard holders, because it seems to be really common that those things are missing, and they're pretty easy to replace the clips, and the clips are like 50 cents a piece. So I'll probably buy a bag of those whenever I get back home. That's what I plan on doing. But I have clear Gorilla Tape and I have black Gorilla Tape. And I use the clear Gorilla Tape to tape the placard that is missing the clips. It seems to be holding pretty well. If I ever have any issues with it, then I have spare placards that I can go and actually tape onto the trailer. I'm trying to avoid using those, but I'll use them if I need to. But I just keep watching the mirrors to see if I see that that placard flapping in the wind, see if it's come loose, and it's not. It's good. But that's where we're at. We're on 287 headed across Texas. I should be getting to Amarillo in probably I'm probably somewhere in the area of 40 miles from Amarillo. So I'll drive over to Amarillo, and then I'm going to drive across town on Interstate 40 in Amarillo, and then on the other side of Amarillo, on the west side of Amarillo, I'm going to get onto Highway 385, I think it is, and take that. I'm going to cut across on 385 over to Interstate 25, and then I'll take Interstate 25 all the way up to Interstate 80 in Cheyenne. I'll be stopping in Denver at the TA and topping off fuel. That's the last place that I can get semi-reasonable fuel before fuel gets just ridiculously expensive. So I'm going to top off in Denver. Denver, the TAs in Denver, I can get fuel there for like $3 a gallon after the discounts. All the other places I can get fuel in Colorado are like $3.50, $3.60 a gallon. Those two TAs in Denver are way cheaper than any other place I get fuel at in Colorado, and they're the same price. And then across Wyoming, even after discounts, my discount price is like $3.40 a gallon across Wyoming, if I remember correctly. It's like $3.50, $3.60, $3.80 a gallon or something in Utah. It's $3.60 a gallon in Boise, Idaho. That's the cheapest place I can get fuel in Idaho. In Oregon, in Portland, I can get fuel for like $2.95 a gallon. On the east side of Oregon that I'm going to be driving through, because I'm not going to be driving over to Portland, but I will be driving through the east side of Oregon, I can get fuel over there for like $3.20 a gallon. So when I get closer to Washington, I'll check the fuel prices in Washington to see if I want to top off fuel in Oregon as I'm driving through, or if I want to wait until I get to Seattle to top off fuel. I'll have to check and see what fuel prices are like up there. I haven't fully trip planned this all the way to Seattle on everything. So, I mean, I know the route that I'm going to take and I know the fuel stops, but my last fuel stop I'm undecided on. I haven't figured that one out yet. But what I plan on doing is there's a TA. It's about 45 miles away from my delivery. It's the only TA in the Seattle area. It's the only TA or Petro in the Seattle area. And I'm going to be sitting there for probably a day or two. I haven't figured out exactly when I'm going to get there. It'll probably be early Saturday morning that I get there, and my delivery is not until early Monday morning. So I'm going to be there for a day or two, and I plan to stop at that TA, and then early Monday morning I'll drive an hour over to the delivery location. I have not booked my next load yet. I've gotten several load alerts that I've looked at. I have my alerts set up to, see loads that are posted, but I haven't seen anything really awesome. There have been some decent paying loads, like some $7,000-8,000 loads, but they're massive mileage loads, like they're coast to coast, like Seattle to Jacksonville, Florida, and it's paying like 250 a mile. It's really cheap shit. It's just really high mileage at a really low rate. So the overall amount of money that it's paying seems decent, but the load itself doesn't really pay that well. What I would really like to get, what I'm hoping to get, is a load from Seattle to Green Bay or Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I would really love to get a load going to Green Bay, Wisconsin. So, because I want to run across 90, 94 way up in the north. I want to stay up north for a couple weeks, get out of this hot weather. That's one of the reasons I took this load up to Seattle. I was looking for a load going to the Pacific Northwest, Seattle, Oregon, Portland, Oregon, or Seattle, somewhere in that area. Whenever I got this load, it just so happened to be that the best load I saw on the load board was going exactly where I wanted to go. I preferred to go to Seattle over Portland. And it just so happened that the best load was this load. Some truck just okay. I was like, is he doing a U-turn? What in the shit? Somebody making a left-hand turn across the highway. Looks like there's some kind of I don't know if that's a trucking company or if it's like a service center or tractor trailer sales or what it is, but there's a whole bunch of trucks over there to the right. I would look at the sign to see what it is, but I got this car that's thinking about pulling out in front of me that I got to eyeball. I'm glad they waited because there's plenty of room behind me. So yeah, it worked out really well with this load. We'll get it delivered. The load pays like 10 grand. It is a placarded hazmat load. And what I'm making on the load is a little over $6,700 gross to the truck on this load. Little over 6,700 bucks for 2,300 miles. What I'm making per mile on the load is somewhere right around $3 a mile. It could be quite a bit more than that, but I'm not sure what percentage cut I'm going to get on the hazmat pay. There's $1,100 in hazmat pay, and I'm figuring that I'm going to get 65% of it because in the Landstar contract, they have all of the accessorial pay in a table that tells you what percentage you get of all the accessorial pay. And then it says if the accessorial pay is not itemized in this table, then it can be paid at whatever your standard percentage is in your contract. So layover pay is not in the table. Um, second here, we're getting on to Interstate 40, so we're going through a turn. We're going to slow down. Oh shit, we're already in Amarillo? What the hell? Damn, I thought we were quite a ways away from Amarillo. All right, we're just hitting the east edge of Amarillo. We're going to drive all the way through town. And then on the other side of Amarillo is when I'm going to get back on the highway. We're going to we're going to enjoy some Interstate 40 for a few miles in one of the worst sections of Interstate 40. Who knows? It might be an awesome section of Interstate 40. They've been doing construction on Interstate 40 through Amarillo for the last couple of years. So if the construction's complete, it might be really nice driving through Amarillo. Um, might be a brand new road, but they've been replacing the interstate and the service roads all through Amarillo for the last couple of years. Looks like we have some construction speed limits. So like this section right here is really nice. It's brand new, but it looks like they're not done with it. We've still got some constructions and narrow lanes up ahead signs. So we'll just deal with driving through Amarillo and all this construction again. I used to drive through this. I've driven through Amarillo several times. This Highway 287 stretch that I'm on right now, when I was in training at USA Truck, my trainer was on the Georgia Pacific dedicated account, and we ran in a triangle that was basically, second here, this lane is exiting. We ran in a triangle that was basically Dallas, Denver, and then Tulsa, Oklahoma, or Muskogee, Oklahoma, if you know where that's at. I say Tulsa because most people probably don't know where Muskogee's at. But that was the triangle we ran in, approximately. You know, sometimes we would go to Kansas City. You know, we just ran in that approximate triangle. We did a lot of Kansas loads, stuff like that, but we always, almost always, let's say almost always, left Dallas and went to Denver from Dallas. So we took that 287 out of the Dallas-Fort Worth area and took it up to Amarillo, and then Amarillo we hopped on to, I can't remember what highway it was, but he took a different route than what I'm taking. He went straight north out of Amarillo almost and went up to Interstate 70. And I'm not taking that route. I'm going over, I'm going to do less highway driving than what he was doing. He was doing a lot of highway driving. And the route that I'm taking is more interstate driving, less highway. And the route that I'm taking is a route that he sometimes took. He told me that normally the route that I'm taking right now is the route that he normally takes. But in the winter, he takes the route that he and I took because I was in training during the winter. It was in February. And the reason he took that highway straight up to 70 is because the route that I'm taking is through the mountains. Second here. That's dangerous to speed up to cut somebody off and pass them on an on-ramp like that. But people are stupid. They do really stupid, dangerous stuff. Man, this is a brand new section of road, and it looks like a patchwork, shoddy piece of shit. Like there's all kinds of patches and shit in it already. And it's like very uneven and just kind of feels like shit. Half-assed work. Maybe that's the reason we're constantly replacing roads is because it's half-assed work. All right, that's end of construction for now. We might run into some more construction here in a minute. I've got 36 miles of Interstate 40 until I get onto the highway, according to Google. But yeah, the section of road that we were driving on with him, it basically stayed out of the mountains, avoided, um, a lot of the snow. We still dealt with a lot of snow, but he said driving through the mountains in the winter was like a lot worse than the snow we were dealing with. So yeah, I've been through Amarillo several times. I don't go through Amarillo. I got FedEx merging on. I don't go through Amarillo. No, he's not merging on. He was just changing lanes. I thought there was an on-ramp right there. There's not. I don't go through Amarillo very often anymore. But I still go through here on occasion. All right, let's go ahead. We got people merging on here. Really? You couldn't stay on the service road there, bud? Bud Van Lines. Got to hop on the interstate for a quarter mile. This second. We're doing a driving video now. Once I get outside Amarillo, we'll get back to talking about stuff. This is the dumbass that passed me on the on-ramp. Got to be really careful. When I notice somebody doing something, somebody that does something really stupid, I keep an eye on them. I pay extra attention to them. And that dumbass that passed me on that on-ramp is extra stupid. And they caught up with a really slow see right there, this exit. This is what I'm talking about on hazmat routes. If you'll notice on all these routes up here, they have a little sign that says HM or HC for the hazmat routing. And 40 West is good for hazmat, 27 South is good for hazmat, but 287 North, right there, that exit 70 that we're passing right now, says no hazmat because it goes right through the middle of town. Goes to some densely populated areas. There are other ways that you can get to there without going through the middle of town. And basically, I could take that route to get to where I'm going. And that's the way, that right there is the way that Google wanted to route me. But instead of going through there, why the hell did this guy slow down so much? All right, I'm gonna. This fucking idiot just drifted over into the damn lane. No signal, no nothing. Right lane closed. Great. Now I have to get back over. Oh God. Why the hell is this idiot getting over in the damn right lane? That sign says the right lane is closed. In 1,000 feet. Why would he get over in that damn right lane? So anyway, yeah, I chose to go a different route because I knew that 287 went right through the middle of town. I was pretty sure that it wouldn't be allowed with hazmat, and I didn't want to go through the middle of town. I had the hazmat department um, try to do a route for me for hazmat, and they were having a lot of issues using PC Miler. Uh, they said it's basically a piece of shit, and it's a really janky program that gives really terrible routes, and it's not user friendly. But PC Miler was routing me up through Oklahoma to get here, and I was like, man, that's going to add like 100 miles to the trip if I go that way. Can you check and see if 287 is good? And she was like, I don't see any hazmat restrictions on 287, so you should be good. So I'm having to follow the signs as I'm driving through these towns and take, if like driving through the Dallas Fort Worth area, I had to just follow the hazmat routing restrictions as I was driving through there, following the signs on the routes that I was taking. I knew generally where I wanted to get, and I was able to follow the signs to get there. And that's pretty much, what I'm going to have to do along this trip. I know that I'm almost always going to have to take bypasses around cities. Any interstate that goes right through the center of a major city, if that major city has any kind of bypass, then there's going to be a hazmat restriction going through the middle of town. Now, Amarillo does not have any kind of bypasses or anything, so the only way through town is to just take the interstate. There's not nearly as much construction here in Amarillo as there was. This isn't as bad as it normally is driving through Amarillo. This isn't bad at all. But it's just off and on construction all the way through Amarillo. Second here, this pickup truck might jump over in my lane once he realizes how slow that truck's going. All right, he's gonna stick it out. These people are stupid. They'll wait until the last second. They'll have plenty of. Okay, he's taking that exit. That's why he stuck it out. A lot of people will they'll sit there and slow down and slow down and slow down and slow down, and then they'll be like, no. They'll have like a panic attack. Then they'll jump out in front of you at the last second. So you just have to pay a lot of attention. When I think the problem a lot of people have is they're just focused on them. They're just like steering wheel holders that are just they don't check their mirrors. They don't pay attention to everything that's going on around them. They don't have a good idea of their surroundings. Um, and they're just focused on staying in their lane and going where they're supposed to go. They don't look very far ahead. They don't look behind them. They don't look to their sides. They don't pay attention to the drivers around them. The scariest thing and the most dangerous thing out here are the other drivers going down a single lane, and there's nobody around me, so this single lane is awesome. No drama on a single lane. um, I would have been in several accidents in my life if I didn't pay a lot of attention to what people around me are doing. I think the Smith driving system is kind of stupid. I've been through the Smith training 2 or 3 times. There are some good takeaways from the Smith system, though. And one of the things that, even though the Smith system is really ridiculous and I think it's stupid and there's a better way that you could train, it's a really outdated, dumb system. But there are some fundamentals that it teaches. And basically, one of the things it's teaching you is to pay attention to what other drivers are doing and stay away from dangerous things. You know, if there's a lot of merging traffic in the right lane, get the hell out of the right lane. You're more likely to get into an accident in a lane that has a lot of stopping and, be in the lane that has the lane. They call it the lane of least resistance. Now, a trucks can't always be in the lane of least resistance. This is some of the stupidity that the Smith training teaches you. They'll have you, whenever you go through the Smith training system, they'll have you driving in lanes that are illegal for trucks and shit. I mean, it's really stupid, but the fundamental behind it is sound, and staying out of really dangerous lanes, like the far right hand lane in a busy city that has a ton of merging traffic, and then paying attention to what other drivers are doing. I think the biggest way to avoid accidents is to not only be watching out for hazards for yourself, but you also have to be predicting what other people around you are going to do. You have to be looking for hazards that they have. Like, is there a tire? Like, let's say that I saw a tire in the middle of the road in the left-hand lane up ahead, and there was somebody flying by me going like 100 miles an hour. Well, most likely that person is going to, whenever they see that tire, they are going to freak out and try to make a lane change. So what I would try to do to avoid that accident is I would try to time it to where I am not alongside that person whenever they get near that tire. Maybe I'll back out of it, slow down by 5, 10, 15 miles an hour so that they can get way around me before they get to that tire. I don't want to be alongside them whenever they have their panic attack and jerk over into my lane to avoid hitting that tire. Things like that. So, when you're driving, you're not just looking for hazards for yourself and stuff like that. You're really looking out for trying to predict what the drivers around you are going to do. Like, how are they driving? Are they slowing down? Have they been having a hard time maintaining their lane as they're approaching an exit or something? Have they been jumping back and forth across lanes? Maybe, they're driving like they're confused, like they don't know where their next exit's at. You notice somebody that's driving like that in a city and it doesn't look like they understand where they're going. You have to be really careful around those people because they're freaking out. And if they see that exit that they've been looking for, they're going to do whatever they got to do to make that exit. It doesn't matter if it means cutting you off or stopping in the middle of traffic or, just driving straight across 3 lanes. uh, so yeah, that's my little tip for driving out here on the road and being safe. There's only so much you can control, but you should try to control as much as you can. I don't care if you're the best driver in the world. Accidents still happen. You can just reduce the likelihood that they're going to happen. You can mitigate it as much as possible, but you can never be 100% safe out here because there's just too many variables that are outside of your control. So anyway, I didn't really mean to talk about that, but we did. I forgot what I was talking about before I started talking about that. We were basically driving through Amarillo and we had all kinds of crap going on. So I lost my train of thought while we were driving through town. I've got 20 miles until exit 37, and that's when I'm going to hop on the 385 and I'm going to take the 385 up to Interstate 25, and then Interstate 25 south of Denver. Like Interstate 25, I haven't been on Interstate 25 on the section that I'm driving through too terribly often. I do know that Interstate 25 north of Denver sucks for several miles. Damn. That guy started like drifting toward my lane while he was still beside me. And he cuts me off. Or girl, I don't know what it is. Now he's driving over on the damn shoulder. Is he taking this exit? Please take this exit. He's drifting over into the exit. Yep. There they go. That's a dumbass. I don't like being around dumbasses. There's a lot of them on the road. That person is just drifting all over the place. So the flatbed getting something worked on over there on the service road. The section north, okay, Denver and north on Interstate 25. I've been on that road quite a few times. When I say quite a few, I mean like maybe 4 or 5. The section of road on 25 south of Denver, I've only been across that one time. From what I remember of it, it's kind of a bitch. There are some windy mountains that you drive through, but it's not like really big mountains. You're not like driving through the Rockies. You're driving through the edge of the Rockies. You're mainly driving through like the hills alongside the Rockies. So it's not like intense mountain driving, but it is a windy road. And there are a couple of pretty big cities that you drive through. But I'll be driving through there in the middle of the night, so traffic should not be that bad. And if I remember correctly, there's a crazy sharp turn that I have to take on the highway 385 that I'm going to be driving on. But I may not be doing that particular section of the road because my trainer, Miguel, the route that he took 287 back there in Amarillo that was hazmat restricted. And he drove right through the center of town. And I don't want to take that route. Number one, because, I don't want to take it. Number two, because I can't. It's hazmat restricted. So I'm going to avoid town and drive on the interstate for an extra 20 miles. And then I'm going to go north up to the highway over here in Vera or some shit. I don't know what the name of it is. Some town in Texas where Highway 385 is at. It's 16 more miles to the exit 37. I'm trying to remember what I was talking about when we were rolling into Amarillo. I think I pretty much covered what my plans are. I'm going to be stopping at the TA in Seattle, and then I'm going to be hopefully get the load that I really, really, really want to get. I want to get a load going to Green Bay or Milwaukee or somewhere across 90-94. I would prefer that it go all the way over to Green Bay or Milwaukee because if I get a load to like Bozeman, Montana or Fargo, North Dakota, then I'm going to be in a bad freight market. If I can get a load going all the way over to Green Bay or Milwaukee, I'm going to be in a premium freight market, and my next load will be really good. So I'm going to be trying to get a load over there. We'll see what I can do about that. And if I can get a load going back from Green Bay to Seattle, that will be like really amazing. Like I would love to run back and forth across 90-94 for a couple of weeks and then go home. That would be absolutely amazing. We'll see what happens though. We'll see what I can do. Second here. Polish off my soda. Normally I'd hit the pause button while I finish my soda and grab another one. But I'm going to keep rambling while we're driving here. It took me that long to just kind of tell you everything that's happened to do my video log, and then of course the interruptions of driving through towns. Let me tell you something I've been thinking about. And is that fog or dust or rain? I don't know how well you can see it in the video, but there's a haze. No way that's from the wildfires. Are the wildfires that bad that there's a haze this far east? That would be crazy. I did notice that I passed some signs in Fort Worth, in the Fort Worth area. I can't remember exactly what they were at, where they were at, but they said that the air quality was terrible and to stay indoors. They said the air quality is horrible, stay indoors. But it looks like there's some kind of haze. There might be wildfires that I'm unaware of. I'm sniffing and I can't. All I can smell is cow shit. There's a lot of cattle pens in the Amarillo area. Amarillo is like a huge cattle market. Maybe it's just steaming shit that's going on around here. So anyway, something. Okay, so I mentioned in a video or two ago. I think I did at least. I hope I uploaded that video where I was talking about I'm gonna start working on getting my own authority. There are a lot of reasons why I'm gonna start working on getting my own authority. One is because, like, Landstar is probably the best place that you can lease onto, but they're not perfect. And there's still a lot of drama with Landstar. And some departments at Landstar, mainly trailer utilization, has really pissed me off. I think that guy just has his daytime running lights on because he has lights shining from the front, but he doesn't have any lights on anywhere else. I think it's just the daytime running lights. Checking my placard. It's have to watch it for a couple of seconds to see if it's flapping. It's really hard to tell. It's not. It's pretty dark right there in that spot. But yeah, I'm there are a lot of reasons why I'm going to work to get my authority. Another reason besides just being a little frustrated with some things over here at Landstar is all of the anti-independent contractor legislation that's being pushed through the government. I don't want to get into politics. I don't want to, offend somebody's dumb belief systems, but there is some crazy shit going through the government right now, like some absolutely insane things that they're doing. One of the things that's happening is that it's been happening for a few years is anti independent contractor legislation. So the AB5, the PRO Act, and I don't want to get into details about it, but I talked about it in a couple of videos. Go research it yourself. If you're an independent contractor, you need to. If you interact with independent contractors in any way, then you need to understand AB5, PRO Act, and all the rest of the stuff that's happening. There's a lot of states that are just sitting around waiting to implement their own version of AB5. So everybody out there that thinks that, oh, this doesn't affect me, it's only California. You need to figure out what in the hell's going on if you think that. You need to do a lot more research because you're oblivious to what's going on. States are enacting this because they think it's going to create billions more in tax revenue. It has nothing to do with employee benefits or any of the rest of the stupid propaganda that naive people believe. It's about government income. It's about tax revenue. They think that they're going to make billions more in taxes if everybody that's currently an independent contractor gets switched over to employee. Because as independent contractors, you're able to write off, you're able to itemize a lot of stuff. As employees, you won't be able to. I don't think that's going to work out the way they think it's going to work out, though, because trucking companies, if they switch everybody to employees, those trucking companies pay, um, they get much bigger discounts on stuff, and they're much better at itemizing their write-offs. So I don't think it's going to create extra tax revenue like they think it is. I think it's just some dumbass accountants that are making some improper assumptions. It's just some really bad fundamental thinking. But anyway, it's no matter how stupid it is, they're doing it. So that's one of the reasons I've been thinking about getting my own authority. There are a lot of reasons, but that's a big part of it. I need to be in a position, even if I don't end up getting my own authority, I need to be in a position to do it. I need to have the money set aside to do it. I need to be in a position that if I needed to pull the trigger on getting my own authority, it's something I could do very quickly. Um, and I'm probably going to jump the gun on it if it looks like there's going to be, a PRO Act or an AB5 rollout that's going to shut me down. If it looks like something like that's on the horizon, I'll probably preemptively get my authority, because if I wait until it actually happens, then the system is going to be overwhelmed for processing authority and stuff like that. And it could take longer than normal to get up and running with new authority. So I want to get ahead of the masses, because I think if they continue on pushing this stupid shit through, then we're going to have a lot of people that are currently leased to companies that are going to be getting their own authority. Like, Landstar is a lease-only company. There's like 11,000 drivers for Landstar. So there's 11,000 independent contractors with Landstar. Now, not all of them are independent contractors, because some of the people that are leased to Landstar have people working for them. Now, a lot of them are independent contractors, so it's like independent contractors working for independent contractors. But some of them are employees. I don't know what percentage of the 11,000 something drivers at Landstar are employees, but I suspect it's a small percentage. I'm fairly certain it's a fairly small number. But that's just one company. How many independent contractors out there are there that are running under somebody else's authority, that if there was a nationwide shutdown of independent contractors, how many of those people would be scurrying to get their own authority? Most of those people would be forced to becoming employees, because most of them would not have enough money to start up their own authority. Getting your own authority is not a big deal. Like, anybody can go out and get their own authority pretty damn easy. The problem is getting that, everything required with your own authority to legally move a load down the road, getting insurance, getting all your registration, getting your equipment. Renting, leasing, buying a trailer is not easy. It's easier to get a truck than it is a trailer. getting all your permits, registrations, insurance, doing your own ELD stuff, figuring out your own fuel tax, paying somebody else, a service to do it for you. However you decide to do it, you've got to go out and figure out all that shit on your own whenever you get your own authority. Whenever you lease to somebody like Landstar, they do all that shit for you. They have a checklist of things that are required, and they tell you what you need to do. Whenever you go out and get your own authority, you have to go and do it all yourself. You don't have a business partner that's telling you everything you need to do. You are the end all be all. You're the one out there doing it all. So a lot of people, if they shut down independent contracting, I think a huge, huge percentage, 2 miles to Vega, 2 miles until we're going to exit, a huge percentage of people that are currently independent contractors will become employees. They will shut down their business and they will drive for another carrier. Left lane closed, merge right. And we got 1.5 miles until my exit. Speed limit's dropping to 65. I'm already going 67. I already turned the cruise off. Getting ready for the construction and for my exit. 1 mile until my exit. Bear with me a minute. We got constructions and exits and all kinds of good stuff. All right, we got the engine brakes up to the highest level. Excuse me. No signs about hazmat restrictions. You know what? I think that I didn't want to take this exit. I think I wanted to go down and take the next exit, but this will work. I remember this now. This is a business cut across. But it's probably better for me to take this one anyway, because it looks like I'm going to be avoiding driving through the main part of town using this cut across. 1.3 miles. I'll be taking a right onto the 385, which is also Main Street in town. So we'll continue talking about the authority and some stuff I've been thinking about once I get through town here. All right. This is where I'm going to be making a right. Texas Department of Transportation. We're just passing it right now. Shit. There's a car coming. I think I'm going to be able to make it around here before. Yep. I made it around there before they got there. Gotta be watching for railroad tracks going through a little bitty town like this. They got a sign, some kind of county roundup. Post office. All right, we're removing a marker from my GPS. I put a marker down just to make sure that the GPS routed me this way because Google wanted to route me through the center of Amarillo up 287, which was a route that I did not want to take and wasn't legally able to take. All right, now we're up to 70 mile an hour. Yeah, buddy. So we got quite a ways of this 2-lane road. 75 miles per hour on bidirectional. Holy crap, man. Get some. Let's turn the high beams on. I don't see any cars up ahead. I might have this road to myself. Loose gravel. Okay, let me tap the brakes and slow back down. We'd made it up to 65. I was going back up to my cruise speed of 70. No center line and loose gravel. All right, well, I'm not seeing any. We have a center line, so maybe they just marked it, and maybe those signs are old. So maybe they just marked the center line, and maybe they've swept off the loose gravel. Because they would have swept off the loose gravel before they painted. But we'll stay on the pedal doing 65. Hopefully there's an end construction sign at some point. Otherwise, we'll just do this for 5 or 10 minutes until I feel comfortable we're through the loose gravel area. There's somebody behind me. God, bidirectionals at night really suck. With jackasses like that that have their lights out of adjustment, his lights were shining up in the air, blinding the hell out of me. There comes a four-wheeler passing me. oncoming traffic just kind of blinds the shit out of you at night on these bidirectionals. But we've got this stretch right here is the only bidirectional that I have on this route. Well, actually, no. Up in the Seattle area, I might be taking a highway for maybe 40 miles or so, 30 miles. I'll have to do some more research on what exact route I'm going to take to the shipper. But it's looking like I might take that route. All right, I think we're through the loose gravel. I think that those are old signs. I haven't encountered any loose gravel. I haven't encountered, no painted center lines. So I think that construction's old. They do not have a painted fog line. This jackass coming the other direction had his damn brights on, that four-wheeler in front of me. Got him to turn them off by flashing his brights back at him. So that's nice to have that four-wheeler in front of me. He's going to be getting people to dim their lights for me. So anyway, let's go back to talking about the authority. So I'm thinking about getting, the plan is, it's not something I am thinking about it, but I made the decision on whether or not I'm going to do it. I am going to work toward it, and I am going to get in a position to do it. But whether or not I'm actually going to get my own authority, I'm about 90% that I'm going to get my own authority. We'll see how things go in the future, but as of right now, I'm, operating as if it is going to happen. All right, we got a second lane over there. But the markings are terrible on this road. So I'm going to stay in this lane because there's nobody behind me and there's no painted fog line. I can barely see the markings for the lane next to me, to my right. So they painted the center line, but they have not gotten around to repainting the other lanes. And that line, or that sign right there just said merge left, lanes ending. Jesus, man. Turn off your fucking brights, jackass. Just blinds the shit out of me. All right, so this is a bit of a daydream. This is like not something that definitely has to happen on getting my own authority. So, okay, what are some, let's go through this real quick. What are some, like, there's a huge list of stuff that I need to do to get my own authority. Now, I could get my own authority in a short amount of time. What is the bare minimums to make getting my own authority happen? Well, I would need somewhere in the area to feel comfortable. I would need somewhere in the area of about 10,000 just for startup costs. Plus, I would want an extra $5,000 in my nest egg above and beyond what I currently have. So $15,000 bare. That's absolute bare minimum. I would prefer to have a lot more than that. So startup costs, we're talking about insurance down payment, all of the processing fees and everything to get your authority and your permits and uh, what else? What else am I not thinking of? Registration, down payments for trailer rentals or purchase. Come on, man. I can't fucking see shit. Jackasses and their damn bright lights. All these motherfuckers have their damn brights on. Jesus. If you can't fucking see, then you shouldn't be driving, especially at night. And some of these motherfuckers, it's not that they have their brights on, it's that their lights are out of adjustment. Their lights are shining straight forward. I talk about this shit all the time. Bright lights do two things. Number one, they're brighter than normal lights. And number two, they shine straight forward instead of down at an angle. Normal headlights shine down at an angle. And most people have their lights out of adjustment, and their regular lights shine straight ahead, like high beams. So they're shining straight at you. It's like somebody shining a light and, take a flashlight and shine it in your face. That's what it looks like whenever your lights are out of adjustment and they're pointing straight ahead instead of down at an angle. I have incredibly bright headlights, like insanely bright headlights. So I have been really, really meticulous about adjusting my lights to make sure that they are shining down at an angle properly. Otherwise, they would just blind the hell out of everybody around me. Like, my lights are really, really bright. Like, there's my high beams. It lights up the area like it's almost daytime. My video is probably switching over to like daytime mode or something whenever I turn those damn things on. Let's not crest the hill with my high beams on and blind somebody. So anyway, talking about the you know if I absolutely had to, like if it came down to it, like they passed something that shut down independent contractors tomorrow, I have enough money to go out and get my own authority and get everything set up. Damn, that was a big bug. Motherfuckers and their fucking high beams. That scared the shit out of me for a second. They have a passing lane. I thought for a second that they were out in my lane passing, but they have their own passing lane over there. There's a lot of trucks hung up behind that one truck that had his fucking brights on. I didn't want to bright light that whole group of like 5 or 6 trucks, but that lead truck that everybody was passing had his damn brights on. It's going to be nice to get back on the interstate. There's still tons of dumbasses with their brights on the interstate, but they're a lot further away from me. Somebody coming straight at me with their brights on is much more blinding than somebody being on the other side of the interstate. So getting my own authority, there's a lot involved. It's mainly money, but there are some things I still need to figure out as far as getting my own authority. I would prefer to buy my own trailer, but like if I have to lease a trailer or rent one, I've heard that there are places that will rent you trailers, but I've called around to a couple of different places and they will not rent or lease trailers to owner operators. You have to have a minimum of 3 trucks in your fleet, and the address that your business is listed at has to be in an industrial park. That's what Extra Lease told me when I called them. Well, my business address is my residential, and I don't have 3 trucks in my fleet. So, but I have heard that you can find places that'll rent you trailers, but there's a lot of people that make it sound like it's real easy to run under your own authority, and it's real easy to become an independent contractor and stuff like that. It's not. Now, after you've done it, if I were to do it again, I know the process. I know a lot more about it now and stuff like that. I've got somebody on my ass. So the next time we get a passing lane, I'm going to slow down and move over to the right. Or this guy might just, yep, there he goes. As soon as I saw him going for the pass, I threw my high beams on so that we could see everything in front of us, and then I slammed on my brakes. That was stupid and dangerous to pass in that little area. It was a very short passing lane, and there was a hill and a turn right up ahead. If there would have been a car speeding coming from the other direction, it would have been nasty. Now I've got another big truck behind me. It's probably somebody driving with this dumb shit. It looks like the same kind of truck. That's an empty flatbed that just passed me. I suspect that the one behind me is traveling with him. All right. It's a passing zone. There he fucking goes. I knew this stupid fuck was going to do the same stupid shit as the last guy, because I'm pretty sure these morons are driving together. Yep, it's another flatbed. Fucking idiots, man. They might be on a CB, so it might not have been as stupid as I thought it was, but that was really blind turn right there. The guy up in front of him might have been watching for him and telling him that there was no oncoming traffic. So if that's the case, if he had a spotter, that wasn't as stupid as it looked. I was really surprised when I saw him hop out in the left lane. I slammed on the brakes. It's really dumb to be passing through this windy bullshit. I'm going 70 and a 75. I am going 5 miles an hour below the speed limit. But damn, it's not like I'm out here grandma in this shit at, 10 to 15 under the speed limit. Don't do it, four-wheeler. There's all kinds of room behind me. All right. Lane ends, merge left. So we're not going to move over into that right lane. Looks like it's just a passing lane. The short little passing lane, and there's nobody behind me. That car that was over on the side that was about to turn onto the road, that's the only vehicle behind me, but it was too far behind me to pass. So I didn't bother moving over to let him pass. I'm a very polite driver, I think. If I've got somebody behind me on, this bidirectional bullshit, if there's ever an opportunity for them to get around me, I'll hit my brakes and slow down by 10 to 15 miles an hour to let them get around me. I'll move over, whatever I can do to let people get around me. Just a minute here. Looks like those two are driving side by side. We had a climbing lane. Maybe those two flatbeds weren't driving together because it looked like the one in the back was passing the other one. Maybe they were just swapping lead, or maybe they weren't driving together at all. They're driving very similar vehicles close together. I assume that they're driving together. All right, there's nobody behind me. I don't see any headlights as far back as I can see. To make sure there's not somebody going like 150 miles an hour trying to pass me before that lane ended. But some things I've been thinking about on getting my own authority. Let's say that you know these things don't get enacted really quickly. Let's say that it's still like 5 years before all independent contractors get shut down. Let's say I've got plenty of time to get my own authority. Well, some things that I would ideally like to do if I had plenty of time to get my own authority is I would like to purchase a trailer through Landstar. I might look at purchasing a trailer directly through the dealer and look at financing it and stuff. It's a pain in the ass to get business financing, and I do not want to purchase a equipment for the business under my own personal credit. My own personal credit is good enough that I can go out and make business purchases and stuff. The business credit, not so amazing. And to get business loans and stuff like that, they have really, really strict requirements. And like the requirements vary greatly on places. Like trying to get a business loan through my bank, a normal business loan that's not like a trucking specific business loan, they wanted at least 2 years of tax stuff, and they wanted multiple streams of income to get a business loan. They would not loan to me if I only had one business, income, one stream of income for the business. I'm like, are you serious? Like, that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Like, so Amazon, let's say that Amazon went to try to get a loan, and they only have, the one business income from their business, Amazon, and you're going to deny them credit because they don't have another stream of income from some other business. I don't know. It just sounded really stupid whenever the salesperson for the loan department for businesses at my bank was telling me the stupid requirements. I was like, yeah, that's just idiotic. So Landstar, I don't know if they loan you the money directly to buy a trailer or if they just have something set up with a bank and they co-sign for you, or how exactly it works. But you can get a loan to get a trailer through Landstar. Second, those cars are driving really close together. I'm just checking to make sure one of them isn't passing the other. We got another climbing lane, so I can get the hell away from them by getting over in this climbing lane in case they are passing each other. But it's a pretty high interest loan. It's like 10.9%. It's like an 11% loan. That's really high. It's a fairly low down payment. It's only I think 5% down or 10% down, somewhere in that area. So around $3,000 down or something like that. Somewhere around $3,000 to $4,000 down. And it's a really long-term loan. It's a 5-year loan. So what I've been thinking about doing as far as the trailer goes is just paying cash outright for the trailer. Trailers are cheaper than I thought they were. I've been seeing a lot of used trailers for sale for like $20,000 and $30,000 that are like 10 years old. And I'm like, Jesus, man, trailers must be really expensive. And then I talked to the Great Dane, the dealer, the salesperson there, and he tells me that the trailers this year, they were selling them for $35,000. Brand new trailers through Great Dane for 35 grand. That guy that we just passed that was going the other direction had his lights really well adjusted. Like, he had a lot of lights on his truck, and a lot of them were really bright, but they were adjusted really well. And he had a crazy number of lights on his truck. That's somebody that had everything set up properly. So $35,000, yeah, that's a lot of money. But let's sit here and think about this for a minute. $35,000. How much money can I make in a week? So how much money can I make in a week? Like, I've had weeks where I've made $10,000 gross to the truck. Now, technically, that $10,000 week was an 8-day week. So it wasn't technically a 7-day week. So it was close. I can make $10,000 in a week. So that $10,000 in a really good week, maybe a little bit more. Um, But what would be like a normal week, an average? Let's lowball it. Like I think I could easily do 7,500 a week if I tried. Easy. But let's say that I just keep doing it casually. Like I'm not out there running my ass off. I'm still being really picky on loads and being, efficient. I'm not just hauling everything to keep the, money rolling in. This person keeps flashing their high beams. Yep, they fucking high beamed me. I don't know why they did that. We have 17 miles until we switch over to the 87. And I'm starting to catch up with a slower vehicle. And I've got somebody catching up with me. So if I make an average of $6,000 gross to the truck per week, how much would I make after expenses? Let's say $4,000 a week after expenses. So $4,000 a week after expenses. That is $16,000 a month. My monthly bills, now, just a second here. Is this person out passing or are they just leaned way over in the lane looking? I think they're just leaned looking. You got to be really careful on bidirectionals. They're dangerous as hell with people passing. All right, speed limit's dropping down. Looks like we're going through a town. No engine brake can kiss my ass. Those signs should say no unmuffled engine brakes because the sound of my engine brakes is not very much louder than the sound of my engine. Muffled engine brakes are not very loud at all. So they need to really specify those signs to say no unmuffled engine brakes. I ignore every sign I see about engine brakes. I ignore that shit because muffled engine brakes are barely noticeable. Um, so yeah, that's 16 grand in a month. And we're doing some really rough math here because there's not quite exactly 4 weeks in a month. There's a little bit more than 4 weeks in a month, but we're doing some really, 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 really basic math here. So 16 grand a month. What are and all my business expenses are already accounted for. What about my personal expenses? My personal expenses are about $3,000 a month, ballpark, 3 grand a month. So I should be able to make about 13 grand a month. But there are taxes to account for and stuff like that. But if I'm spending, we're not really going to get into the taxes because if I spend that money on a trailer, that trailer is a tax write-off, and I don't have to pay taxes on any of that money. So 13 grand a month. So it would take me 2.5 months to be able to pay cash for a trailer. Approximately. We'll say 3 months to cover sales tax and shit like that. 3 months of working. I take a crazy amount of time off. I can easily add 3 more months of work into what I'm doing right now, pay cash for a trailer for 35 grand, get a brand new trailer for somewhere around $35,000, $40,000. What kind of time frame would it take me to get a new truck? Now, I'm not going to be paying cash for a truck. Shit, $150,000. That'd take me a while to save up. So if I got a brand new truck, I would probably just do a massive down payment and then pay the rest out on a loan, or I would just do some kind of lease purchase or something if I could find one with decent terms, and I would just stockpile money. I'm not going to do a damn lease purchase that has like a $15,000 down payment. Getting into a lease purchase where you're doing a massive down payment and you have all kinds of restrictions and requirements and stuff like that on it, those are so heavily favored toward the lender or the renter that it's really hard to complete those loans. There's just so many things that they're screwing you over on those. It's basically like doing payday loans. The way a lot of these leases are structured, they're structured like payday loans or something, where they're just really high interest. With a whole bunch of fucked up terms. Everything's one-sided because they have so much advantage over you. They can dictate the terms, and there's not really anything you can do about it because you don't have any other options. It's predatory lending. That's what a lot of these leases and lease purchases are predatory lenders. Everything is leveraged in their favor. Damn. Fucking jackasses, their fog lights on. He didn't have his brights on, but it's not foggy. You shouldn't have your fog lights on. Your fog lights shine straight ahead like high beams. Fuck, man. I dimmed them. The car behind me is staying like a quarter mile behind me. I don't think they want to pass. So I could pay cash for a trailer. The tractor, I have no idea how I would do the tractor purchase. I should be able to get a pretty damn good trade in or sale of this tractor. I should be able to get quite a bit of money out of this thing. You know, if I could sell this thing for right now, we're at kind of the peak of the market, and I could probably sell it for 80,000. Realistically, I would be looking to get $50,000 out of this truck in a normal market. So if I could get 50 grand out of the truck, and I had a sizable amount of savings. Man, you're still talking about an incredible amount of money to be able to pay for a truck cash outright. I would just need to talk. What I need to do is I need to talk to some lenders that specialize in. You know what? I heard that Landstar has a program for purchasing new trucks. So they have a program for purchasing a trailer. Maybe that's something else I should look into, is purchasing a truck while I'm at Landstar. See what their truck purchasing program is like. If they have a really awesome truck purchase program, then I can go ahead and purchase a truck and a trailer while I'm here at Landstar. I could go ahead and get my own authority, suspend it, and I could just stick it out with Landstar until something happened. Like if I already had my own authority and I had it suspended, I could go ahead and start doing my own truck registration instead of paying Landstar to do it. So then Landstar would basically just be providing, I would be getting insurance through Gallagher, through Landstar. I'd be letting them do my ELD and stuff like that. I'd be paying for them to do that stuff. I'd be letting them do my permits and everything, but I would already have my own trailer. I would have a new tractor. I would have my own authority. I would have my own vehicle registration. So many motherfuckers with the damn brights on. That guy did not dim his lights until he was right in front of me. All these motherfuckers have their fog lights on, bright lights on. They're just lights on top of lights, lights out of adjustment. People hauling trailers that have their back end pressed down and their front end up so that their lights are shining up in the air like brights. It's just, man, I hate driving on bidirectionals. Why are there so many people out on this road out in the middle of fucking nowhere at 10 o'clock at night? It's 9:53 p.m. and there's just a ton of traffic out here in the middle of fucking nowhere, man. We'll get this shit over with. This is one of the worst stretches of the drive. Is going to be driving this highway and then 25 across Colorado. 25 across Colorado. I've got it timed to where I'm going to be driving 25 across Colorado. All right, I got somebody going for the pass. I'm slowing down. He passed me and the car behind me. There hasn't been a passing lane in a long time. But this stretch of road is bad because it's bidirectional. And then 25 through Colorado is bad because you're driving through a lot of busy cities. and windy roads and up and down hills. We have some intersections coming up. It's fucking shit. Rabbit just ran out in front of me. Damn, those are some bright fucking lights. These assholes just fucking like my light. Like I'm just like I'm seeing stars right now from these assholes and their bright lights. Motherfucker. He dimmed his lights and then he turned them back on. People are just so inconsiderate, so selfish, greedy, worthless pieces of shit, man. All right, speed limit's dropping down to 45. Holy shit. It just told me to continue on 87 north for 142 miles. I didn't know I had that much of highway driving. Holy crap. Is it sure that it's taking me down the correct route? Well, we have a nice divided highway right here. Hopefully it stays divided for a while. I don't mind doing 140 miles on a nice divided highway. It's been bi-directional since we got off of Interstate 40, but hopefully the rest of this over to Interstate 25 is some nice divided highway. So some things that I'm thinking about on the truck and the trailer purchase. I don't have a specific brand of trailer that I'm looking to get. I do want it to just be a standard 53-foot dry van. I don't want to get a reefer. I don't want to get a specialized like lift gate or anything like that. Um, yeah, you can make a little bit more money with those reefer loads and those lift gate loads and stuff like that, but the majority of those lift gate loads are driver assist or driver unload, and I don't do that shit. So most of the lift gate loads I wouldn't be willing to run, and the lift gate is a lot of extra equipment that you have to maintain that can possibly break. It adds a lot more weight to the trailer, and you can have a lot of issues with a liftgate trailer. Uh, there are docks that you know, they won't be able to lock to your DOT bumper and stuff with that equipment hanging off the back. A lot of these shippers and receivers a lot of them will have docks for local deliveries separate from their normal docks, and those docks won't have like locking mechanisms on them and shit like that. But their insurance may not allow you to use those docks. Like there's a lot of policy and procedure and weird shit that you're gonna have to worry about with the lift gate. I don't know. I just don't want to deal with specialized stuff. I don't want to get like, what are those things called, Conostega or something, where it's basically. I mean, there are some really cool trailers that can be either a flatbed, a dry van, or a reefer. I've seen those trailers. I don't want to get into like some weird ass specialty trailer like that because some customers want to they won't want to use that trailer. They won't want to load their stuff into it. Like you may get a load that's dry van, and they may refuse to load into some weird trailer like that. I don't want to deal with any of that drama. I just want to get a standard dry van. I want it to be a brand new one. If I can find a used one that's really cheap, that's in really good condition, that's not like 20 years old, it's only like 5 years old, then maybe I might consider, like, if I can get an amazing deal on something. But aside from that, no. I would prefer to just get a brand new trailer, maintain it well, and keep it in good condition. And the next tractor I get, I want it to be brand new. I mean, I could go with a used tractor. I mean, I did really well with this one. This thing, I've gotten my money back in this thing already. This thing has been absolutely amazing. Now, the APU, that's a different story. The APU on this thing is an absolute piece of shit. What I should have done day one is just rip the APU off and have a brand new one installed. But at this point, I'm already invested so heavily into the APU that I just kind of need to keep using it. I've already probably dumped $20,000 into the APU, and I wish those four wheelers behind me would pass. They're still just hanging out. They've gotten closer, but they're a decent ways behind me. I mean, they're good. They're cool. They're not like tailgate me or anything. They're a decent ways back, but they really like hanging out behind me. I'm going 5 under the speed limit, and they're really enjoying chilling behind me. We're seeing some lightning up ahead, so we might hit some more rain. The windows got cleaned off from that rain we went through earlier, and now they're covered in bugs again. It doesn't take long, like just tons and tons of bugs. See, that guy's got his brights on coming the other direction. Now he just dimmed them. That's not nearly as blinding as if he's coming straight at me on bidirectional. I wasn't going to bother to flash my lights at him or anything. I was just going to try to look away from him. But if that was bidirectional, he's coming straight at me, I would have no other option other than just turning my brights on because I wouldn't be able to see. I would just have to turn my brights on to try to overpower his lights so that I'd be able to see. Man, I hope it stays like this all the way to 25. This is a really nice highway. But some crazy shit that I was thinking about with it. Okay, let's do some daydreaming here. Let's say that I get a brand new Great Dane trailer and I get a brand new tractor. I want to get a Freightliner. Right now, I'm leaning toward Freightliner. I'm gonna have to do a lot more research before I make the decision. But right now, I'm leaning toward Freightliner. So I might have to do a railroad stop up here. I see some flashing yellow lights. Usually on a highway, whenever you have flashing yellow lights like that, back and forth, left and right, that's usually a railroad crossing or some type of intersection. On a highway with a 75-mile-per-hour speed limit, they're typically going to have a lane for hazmat to slow down in and stop for railroads. I think it's more dangerous to come to a complete stop on a highway like this for a railroad than it is to just fly across a damn thing. But, you know, I don't know. I think some of the hazmat rules are stupid. They used to have this dumbass rule where you had to stop and check your tires every like 50 miles or something. But they finally got rid of that dumb shit. They found that it was more dangerous for hazmat to constantly be pulling over, and like you were having to stop on ramps and off ramps and shit like that because you can't all right, it's just a normal intersection that the yellow light is flashing for. um it was more dangerous to have hazmat constantly stopping to check tires than what benefit you were getting from the tire checks. So they got rid of that stupid shit. But you know, DOT, FMCSA, they're still. It's just like old people that are set in their ways. That's the mentality that they have. They don't like to change things that they've been doing. So if they have a stupid rule from days gone by, it's really hard to get them to get rid of that dumb shit. Sorry, I'm going through a town, so, and I've got all these people that passed me are now deciding they want to go the same speed as me. Once they got in front of me, they're like, "Oh yeah, let's go slow." All right, now the speed limit's dropping down to 50. Now we're dropping down to 45. All right, this four-wheeler is going to turn into Wendy's. Damn it, damn it, damn it. We're in the center of town now. I really like to be over in the left lane driving through these small towns where the curb is right up against the roadway. But it's a pretty wide lane. So we'll stick it out here. There is some standing water. 15 feet 1. Well, I'm good. I'm good with 15-1. And I hope the divided highway continues after this town. A lot of times the divided highways will end at these towns. Like, this is US 64 we're going by. That says 54. Did I misread that? I thought it was 64. Just gonna creep through town nice and slow. I'm not in a big rush to fly through town. Truck alignment. Tire shop. Heiser Tire Service. Can probably make a lot of money out here in the middle of nowhere because you can charge whatever in the hell you want. I doubt they have much competition. All right, we're out of town. We're starting to get out of town. We're at the edge of town. Speed limits are going back up to 50, 55. All righty. Now let's get back to talking about the Dream Truck. There's still a curb on the edge of this lane. I don't like it. I hate having a curb right on the side of the lane. Speed limit's back up to 70 now. I'm hugging the left side of the lane because there is a curb. There we go. Now we have a shoulder instead of a curb. And we're going divided highway again. Sweet. So the Dream Truck. So I'm leaning towards Freightliner now. That can change. So let's go with Freightliner. Freightliner's newer trucks have a battery HVAC unit. It's a battery operated HVAC unit. So the old idle air systems in these trucks, you set a temperature and it will start and stop the truck to run the HVAC as needed to maintain that temperature. The newer trucks also have battery monitoring, they'll start the engine if the battery gets low to charge the battery. I know that's a feature of Kenworth, the battery maintainer. That was a 2019 Kenworth that I drove at USA Truck that had that feature. So I would suspect the Freightliners have that, the newer ones. So we'll get a Freightliner, a Detroit engine paired with a Detroit transmission, automatic, 12 plus speed, at minimum 12 speed. We'll see what options they have for that. I would probably still want to have an APU. And that way the APU could also like maintain the battery. And I could, so like if I'm sitting somewhere and the HVAC unit is running like crazy trying to cool the truck off, then I could have the APU running to charge the batteries and supply power to the HVAC rather than the main engine kicking on to charge the batteries and supply power to the HVAC. So it could reduce the runtime on the main engine. And reducing runtime on the main engine, as long as you don't have to put a lot of money into the APU, as long as you don't have like a year where you spend $20,000 in maintenance and repairs on the APU, then the APU should pay for itself over the life of the truck by saving engine runtime and saving fuel cost. So you're talking about wear and tear on the engine and money savings in fuel. So I would probably still go with the APU, and I would still get the feature of the HVAC battery unit. And that should put me in a position where I could, um, could you imagine how good the air conditioning would be if you had basically two air conditioning units? Like I'm sure that the battery operated HVAC unit that comes from the dealer from Freightliner, it probably ties into the standard vents. And then the APU would have its own ventilation system. So I could set the APU air conditioner. Like if it's really hot outside, I could have the APU air conditioner and the battery HVAC running to keep it nice and cold. And those two running together should be able to keep it really cold. And if it's not very cold outside or very hot, it's not going to require a whole lot of HVAC. Then I can just set the APU into battery monitor mode at a higher voltage than what the truck kicks on in battery monitor mode. And I can just use the battery HVAC unit. And then if the batteries start to get low, then the APU will kick on to charge the batteries. Also, another thing that I'm thinking about that sounds really, really awesome that could further save, fuel cost of having to run the engine or the APU is solar panels. So on the trailer, since I'm going to be hauling the same trailer all the time, I was thinking about getting cameras and solar panels put on the trailer. How awesome would it be to have two side mounted cameras that are up at the front of the trailer, one on each side, that are pointed down the sides of the trailers? One down each side of the trailer, and then have a third camera that is at the back of the trailer. so you can see what's behind you. That sounds absolutely amazing to me. I could do blindside backs really easy if I had that camera system. Like, backing would be so awesome with all those cameras. You wouldn't have to get out and look as much. Like, I would probably still get out and look, but like, damn, that would be absolutely amazing. And then I could put solar panels across the entire roof, front to back solar panels. Yeah, they're going to add weight, but it shouldn't be a whole lot of weight, maybe at most 1,000 pounds. And I don't haul loads that are max weight loads, so it should not really affect me that much. So maybe I might have an extra 1,000 pounds of stuff on the trailer. It's going to increase the height of the trailer by an inch or two. That should not be a problem. All these 13'6", places that you go under, the ones that are like exactly 13'6", I would still be able to make it under those even with a couple more inches on my trailer. I would have to measure it to get the exact height though. um, but that sounds really awesome. And I could have a cord, an extra cord that goes from the trailer to the tractor that brings the power from the solar panels to the tractor, and then also all the cable connections from the cameras to the tractor. I would prefer not to have battery operated cameras. The If I get battery operated cameras, they would be very limited in functionality in order to save on power to get, battery life out of them. It would be really shitty if I got battery operated cameras. So I would prefer to not get battery operated cameras. And I would just have them corded and have the cords for the cameras and for the solar system bundled together and connect over to the tractor. So I just have one extra cable connection between the tractor and trailer. And just think of how awesome that would be. I don't know how much, I don't know much about solar panels. I would have to do research, but there are people that have solar panels on their houses that provide tons of power to their house. I'm a nighttime driver, so whenever I'm turning the truck off and sleeping, it's almost always during the day. So I would just be able to sit there and run that HVAC unit, the battery operated HVAC from Freightliner all day long to do the climate control, and the solar panels would keep everything charged up. I wouldn't have to use like any fuel at all while I was on downtime. I would basically only be burning fuel while I was driving the truck. At night, yeah, there would be times when the APU would have to kick on to charge the batteries. The if there's like cloud cover, I mean, there are definitely going to be situations where I will still have to run the APU or the main engine. But man, that sounds really amazing. That sounds absolutely amazing. I think it would only cost somewhere in the area of an extra $5,000 to $6,000 to do all the solar panels and the camera system. That's not that big of a deal. I could make up $5,000 to $6,000 in fuel savings within a year, probably. That, and even if I didn't save much of anything in fuel, saving in wear and tear on the APU engine, wear and tear on the main engine, and then just comfort and also safety with the cameras. Like that is, it's hard to put a price on all of that. So if I could get all that shit done for 5 or 6 thousand, that would be really, really awesome. I might have to stop and take a 30 before I get to Denver. Damn it. I've got 4 hours until I have to take a 30. I think I'm more than 4 hours away from Denver. The thing that sucks about that is stopping to take a 30 at a rest area or something is going to be difficult in the middle of the night. That's the only thing that really sucks about driving at night is trying to do a 30 somewhere. I might just, do what everybody else does and just find a truck stop and do a 30 at a fuel island. Somebody's over there flashing his high beams. Does he think I have my brights on? No, there's a car behind him or passing him. I think he's flashing lights at them, maybe. Oh, it's a motorcycle. I think those people were flashing their high beams at that motorcycle. A lot of motorcyclists drive with their high beams on. It's just, I never used my high beams whenever I had my motorcycle. Um, but there's a lot of jackasses that drive motorcycles that think it's okay for them to drive with their high beams on 24/7. I just saw somebody flashing their high beams over the hill there. But yeah, that's something I'm thinking about. Also, having my own trailer. What I think would be really cool is to have a toolbox mounted underneath it. A, you know, um, for extra storage. There's so much more shit that I could. There's so many more things that I want to carry in the truck, but I just don't have any damn room. It would be really nice to have a storage compartment on the trailer. Like, there's so much shit that I could put in there. I mean, I'm just thinking about all the positive things of having my own trailer, and there's all kinds of shit that I can do with my own trailer. And I'm really excited about getting my own trailer. Even if I don't end up getting my own authority, I still plan on getting my own trailer, even if I stay with Landstar. And like, I could do all these things with that trailer. That would be so awesome. Yeah, there's all kinds of shit that I could move out of the truck into the trailer if I had a storage compartment on the trailer. I'm trying to figure out if I can make it to my, I'm gonna stop and get fuel in Denver. I hate the stupid 30-minute break requirement. Like, I'm gonna have to do an extra stop before I get to my fuel stop, I think, and waste a half hour of my life just sitting here and staring at the fucking whatever. I would much prefer to do a 30-minute break while I'm getting fuel in Denver. But I'm not going to be able to drive very far out of Denver. Where I'm planning on stopping for the night is Cheyenne, Wyoming. I was hoping to make it to Laramie, but I can't make it to Laramie. I just don't have enough time. It was saying that I was going to come up short. Well, it said, according to Google, it was going to take me like 10 hours and 56 minutes of driving to get to the truck stop in Laramie. And I'm like, yeah, that's cutting it a little bit too close. I won't be able to do that because I can't, whatever ETA Google gives me, I can't do that ETA because Google estimates based on speed limit and I don't go the speed limit. I go below the speed limit almost all the time. Speed limit 75, about the highest I set the cruise control is 70. And when we're going through these towns and the speed limit's 45, I'm generally going 5 to 10 under that. And then when you take into consideration how slow it takes me, how slow I am, how long it takes me to get going from a dead stop at these stoplights in towns and stuff, then my average speed is far lower than what Google is estimating. So as of right now, I'm planning on stopping for the night in Cheyenne, and I'm hoping that I can make it to the TA in Denver before I need to take a 30-minute break. It's saying that I'm 5 hours away, 330 miles from my destination. Okay, so that answers the question. I've only got 3 hours and 47 minutes left. Um, until I have to take a 30, and it's telling me I'm 5 hours away from Denver. So the first rest area or something that I see, let's see, I've got 3 hours 47 minutes. That means that I've been driving for, well, shit, 4 hours and 14 minutes. I started this video right when I started driving. I'm wondering if it would be better. I mean, there's probably less traffic on this highway than there is on Interstate 25. If I see a rest area on this highway, I'll probably pull over and give it a try. See if there's any parking. And go ahead and take my 30 now. I hate the 30-minute break requirement. It just extends my day. It adds 30 minutes to my day. It's 30 more minutes. It is actually detrimental. Like the hours of service, the main reason the hours of service exist is fatigue. It's to keep drivers from driving fatigued. And the 30-minute break has the exact opposite effect of that. because it increases the length of your driving day. It extends your day by 30 minutes. So normally if, I'm ending my day after 14 hours, the 30-minute break makes it 14 and a half hours. So I'm awake for 30 minutes longer, driving 30 minutes, driving after being awake for 30 minutes longer than normal. So, and that's one of those stupid things that the dumbasses at FMCSA implemented, and it's just absolutely idiotic, and they won't get rid of it because they don't want to admit how stupid they are. Pisses me off. I hate the 30-minute break so damn much. And the people that really like the 30-minute break, the people that advocate for it, don't fucking understand it. I've been sitting there talking to people on forums, like they're like, I tell them, the 30-minute break is stupid. And they're like, oh, I love the 30-minute break. And I'm like, well, why? Like, what are you dumb? Like, why do you love the 30-minute break? Because I like taking a 30-minute break. And I'm like, what is stopping you from taking a 30-minute break if they get rid of the rule? Well, if they get rid of the rule, then it won't extend my 14. I'm like, the 30-minute break doesn't extend your fucking 14, you moron. And then they just start making up nonsense. Like, people just get, it's like a lot of people have these belief systems, and they don't understand. They're stupid, and they just formulate ideas around, I don't know what, nonsense, like made up like Fantasyland bullshit. The 30-minute break does not extend your fucking 14. It's just a forced 30-minute rest period. That is all it is. And me sitting at the rest area behind this wheel for 30 minutes, like most of the time when I take a 30-minute break, I don't leave this seat. I just sit here and wait for 30 fucking minutes. That's really all I do on a 30-minute break. Sometimes I'll do a walk around inspection, whatever. I rarely have to use the restroom when I'm driving. I intentionally don't drink a lot of liquids when I'm driving. That way I don't have to stop and use the bathroom every 15 minutes like a lot of these drivers have to. I can go my entire 11 without using the restroom. I use the restroom right before I start my drive shift, and I typically don't have to use the restroom until I end my drive shift. It is really, really rare for me to have to stop and use the restroom when I'm driving. 15 years ago, whenever I was driving, before this stupid 30-minute break shit, I would not stop. I would drive my straight 11, and right now I wouldn't stop. I would drive my straight 11 all the way through if there wasn't this stupid 30-minute rest break bullshit. That is a really bad place to be stopped on the side of the road. Right there on a hill. Can't see him until you're coming up over the hill. Take a drink of my Pepsi. But anyway, I got off onto a rant about 30-minute breaks. And I don't even know why. What was I talking about before I started ranting about 30-minute breaks? I was talking about the whole Denver thing. Yeah, I'm gonna have to stop somewhere before I get there. Stop and look at the stars for 30 minutes. Maybe I'll check the weather or something. I'll double check the time I'm making to see if I'm gonna, make it to my final. I should have like an extra hour to get to the place where I'm planning on ending, and I haven't hit any delays, any major delays, so I should still be on schedule to get to Cheyenne. The Love's truck stop in Cheyenne is where I was planning on stopping for my next 10-hour break. I should still be able to easily make it there. There's 3 different places really close together that I could stop at. There's the Love's truck stop. Across the street is I can't remember what it is, a Pilot or a Flying J. And then there is a Welcome Center, like an exit before the Love's. And the Welcome Center had parking that was big enough for trucks, but on the satellite picture, it said it had a bunch of RVs in there. There was completely full of RVs in that spot where the trucks would park. So I did see one tractor trailer, one truck was parked in there, but that welcome center might be RV parking only. A lot of rest areas and welcome centers, well, maybe not a lot, but there are some rest areas and welcome centers that don't allow trucks. It's RV parking only. So if I feel like staying at a truck stop for the night, then I will go ahead and go to the Loves. If I feel like staying at a rest area, taking a 10 at a rest area, then I will stop at that welcome center. If the signs don't say, no trucks, RV parking only or something like that. I'm probably going to end up staying at the truck stop. I don't know. I I do like the convenience of rest areas. I do prefer taking 10s at rest areas for the most part because they're easier to get in and out of, and there's not, I don't know, it's a lot quieter. Everything's a lot more chill at rest areas. Just like bam, there's a town. Gotta slow way down. Making text line happy. I don't know what that means. Oh, text line in. So text line. This is the city that we're in. Maybe it's on the line, the border between Texas and Colorado. Maybe we're about to go into Colorado. Looks like the town we're in is called Text Line. Welcome to Text Line, home of the 2015 boys basketball state champion. What? It must be like a low class or something, like class B or something. This is a really small town. There's no way in hell that a small town like this is going to win a state basketball championship in Texas. There's a dog walking across the street, or is that a cat? I don't know. Dog. But I've been thinking a lot about purchasing a truck and purchasing a trailer. This truck is still great. I have no mechanical issues with the truck. I have ongoing problems with the APU. Like, I hate this APU. I'll never own another Carrier APU after this nonsense. But I really should not focus on getting a new tractor right now. A trailer, yes. I really want to stay out and run harder than normal and make a lot more money than normal. New Mexico? Shit, I didn't know I was going to be going into New Mexico. So we're in New Mexico. I thought we were going straight from Texas to Colorado. Fuck. All right, I hope Mexico has as good of a highway as what Texas had. It's a good sign that we didn't immediately go back down to bidirectional. We're still divided highway, but we'll see if this lasts all the way to 25. I've got 89 miles until I get to Interstate 25. What would be really awesome is if there's a way station. That would be sweet. Hopefully there's a way station here pretty soon. And hopefully it's not blocked off, closed, and they got like cones and shit out where you can't pull in. And I'll pull into a way station and take a 30. And we'll do a walk around inspection. When I get to the way station, I'll switch to on duty and do PTI, the inspection. And then once I finish with the inspection, I'll log the inspection report and then switch over to sleeper berth and finish out the 30-minute break. And then we'll drive on to Denver. It is 11 p.m. I am how far away? Like an hour and a half. Not quite an hour and a half. Hour and 15 minutes away from Interstate 25. And once I get onto 25, I'm going to start driving through small towns or decent sized little cities in Colorado. I can't remember what all cities I drive through, like Colorado Springs, Pueblo, stuff like that. But I'm going to be driving through them pretty damn late at night. If it's 11 now, I'm not going to hit Interstate 25 until around 12:15 plus a 30-minute break if I'm able to find a place to take a 30 before I get there. So that'll be around 12:45. And I will still be how many hours away from Denver? I'll still be about 3.5 hours from Denver, which means that I should be getting to Denver at like 4 o'clock in the morning. There's a picnic area. I don't want to pull off in a picnic area because I don't know if it's like yeah, I don't want to be pulling off into that sketch shit. I couldn't tell what the parking was like or anything. I don't want to be pulling off into some place that truck can't get in and out of. Then I got to back out onto the highway. Got to be really careful with pulling off of a highway. Come on, where's the way station at? Please be a way station. So if I get to Denver around 4 a.m., and I don't need to take a 30, so I'll only spend about 10, 15 minutes fueling. I should be able to get a couple hours, well, an hour or so north of Denver before traffic starts picking up too bad in the morning. Traffic will start picking up around 5 a.m., and then it'll get even heavier at 6 a.m., and then it'll get crazy by 7 a.m. And by 7 a.m., I should be in Cheyenne. I just really need to be north of Fort Collins before traffic gets too bad, because most of the traffic should be headed toward Denver or Fort Collins. So once I get north of Fort Collins and I'll be heading away, then it won't be a problem. And I think Fort Collins is only like an hour or an hour and a half north of Denver. So I should probably be north of Fort Collins by 5 or 5:30 a.m. Okay, way station 1 mile. Fuck yeah. Get some. All right, I'm going to end the video whenever I get to the way station because I don't want to set for 30 minutes doing nothing. All right, speed limit's dropping down to 50. Got a way station in 1 mile. I got the bypass on the way station, which means it's closed. All right, where the hell are you at, way station? Way station, next right. This. What is this? Is this the way station? I don't think this is the way station. All right, that was not the next right. This is a weed dispensary. You know what? We're going to do it here. Okay, so the way station was not the next right. A little bit of misinformation there. All right, let me change my duty status. On duty inspection. You know what? I'll take the camera off here and I'll take you around and we'll do an inspection together. All right, I got my tractor brake set. I got my trailer brakes released. We're on duty right now. And shit. Just a second here. This might fuck shit up. Test, test, test. Is it still working? All right. When I unplug the headset, sometimes it turns off. All right. Oh my goodness. Oh. Normally I would put I have a headset light that I would put on, but since I'm holding the camera and I have the headset on, I'll just use my handheld. And it's going to be a pain in the ass to tire thump while I'm holding a light and a camera. But we'll try and do it. You know what? We'll do the tire thumping in a minute after. I'll have to shut the camera off. We'll just do a normal walk around. And then I'll thump the tires after I turn the camera off. I can't hold three things at once. I hear air hissing, but that's because I released the tractor brakes. I left the trailer brakes off. That way I could hear any air leaks. And I put my hand over the emergency line right here to see if I can feel any air leaking out of the emergency line. Airbags are good. Mud flaps are good. License plate light, even though we don't have a license plate, the light's working. Brake light's working. I can't test my reverse lights. I'd go through it in reverse with the brakes on and check the reverse light. My landing gear handle is in the slot. There are dumbasses that just leave their landing gear handle dangling. That thing needs to be secured, because when you're driving down the road, if it's not secured, it can swing out and hit cars. Everything underneath is looking good. Ugh. Get underneath here. Latch looks good. Solid on the fifth wheel. The handle's in. No damage down the side. Our placard is still good. It's all clipped in. Still locked in. Like I said, I'm gonna have to come back and check the tires, my thumper, in a minute. I normally will release the, right there's the air. Whenever I do an inspection, I normally pull on that. I'll probably do that whenever I got a little limp to me. My calf muscle on my right leg is tightened up. I'll do that whenever I come back and check the tires after I end the video. So, lights are good. This placard's still good. Seal's intact. Lock is intact. Mud flaps are good. Everything looking good. And I'm going to turn my four ways on when I come back. This is starting to come loose a little bit. I might have to put some more tape on this. It's not bad, but it's starting to pull away a little bit. So yeah, I'll probably put another thing of tape on that. So when I end the video, I'll come back here, thump the tires, turn the four ways on to check, make sure the lights are flashing correctly. And I'll check tires, lights again. This placard's good. Fuel caps are on. Don't see any leaks anywhere. There is water dripping right there, but that's from the air conditioning unit. Sorry about the limp. Video's probably a little jerky because I'm limping around. This is what my storage compartment looks like. There's my tire thumper. All right, that's pretty much my inspection. This is one of the lights they replaced. That's the air, the auto air fault light. So, yeah, I'll go ahead and finish this inspection and finish my 30-minute break, and then get rolling on, get this video uploaded. It's probably the longest video I've ever done. Just walk around looking at shit. But yeah, this ended up being a marijuana dispensary, not the way station. The sign said, way station, next right. And I turned into the next right, and it looked like this might possibly have been a way station. It was hard to tell. But then this sign up here, there's another sign past this place that says something about pulling into the way station. I see a truck parked over there. So that truck is parked at the way station. But it's all good. This is a nice big area. We take our 30 here. Get her done. Is there anything I want to say in closing before I end this video? Be safe out there. Be prepared. In order to be prepared, you need to be aware. So be aware of what's going on, and make business preparations. You see all of all of these places where they've had placards on here that they peeled off. Oh my goodness. I need to start carrying some acetone or something to clean off this shit. But yeah, I'm somewhere in the area 4.5 hours away from Denver. I'll get fuel there. Sorry. I still hear a hissing sound. It could still be air releasing from the tractor. What I'll go do is I'll set the trailer brakes, and then I'll release the tractor brakes, and then I'll come back over here and see if I still hear the hiss. I've had them check for air leaks on this thing every time I put the truck in the shop, which is basically every time I do home time. Try to keep this thing in tip-top shape. I can't stand issues. If I know there's something wrong, I dwell on it. It freaks me out. So I don't think this marijuana dispensary is open anymore. They got the windows boarded up and shit. But anyway, I'll go ahead and end this video, get it uploaded. There's my get it uploaded. That's a side view of my truck. Looking in there, that's my Out Be Cool refrigerator that I have strapped in the passenger seat. And then I have containers with shit in them in the floorboard stacked in front of the passenger seat. Like I said, I have a ton of shit in the truck, and having that container on the trailer, when I get my own trailer, that's going to help me to move a whole bunch of shit into the trailer out of the truck. But anyway, if you watched the whole video up to here, damn. I hope you're making good time on your drive, and I hope you're being safe out there. Slow and steady wins the race every time. Trucking's a marathon. Don't get out there driving crazy trying to save a second, because you mess up out here trucking, and that fuck up is going to be with you for years. So always be thinking long term out here. But anyway, I'll go ahead and finish this up. So thanks for watching. Have a good one. Bye.